Call the November 14th County Council meeting to order. First item of business after the call to order is the approval of the agenda. Items on the agenda that need to be discussed are item number 2.1, 4.1, 4.2, 5.4, 5.5, 6.1 and 6.2, 7.2, 8.1, 9.1 is with council's permission, the addition of one called STIP application. That's 9.1 STIP application addition with your consent, 10.1X and all of number 11. Are there other items to be added? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'd like to add 3.2.
Okay, 3.2.
5.2.
5.2.
And 5.5.
And 5.5. Okay, Councillor Minns, I know you had.
I'd like to add 5.1.
5.1. Seven. Oh, there. Yeah, sorry, 7.9 and 7.10 are on the must. Well, yeah, we should talk about those. Are there other items? I'll go through the list again. Councillor Minns.
I actually got never noticed 7.6.
7.6. Okay,
Please.
Councillor Falk.
7.7.
7.7. Other additions from the floor? Councillor Holland, 5.5 is already on. I know we talked about that. Did you have any?
No, I'm all good, thank you.
So from the top, I have number 2.1, 3.2, 4.1, 4.2, 5.1, 5.2, 5.4, 5.5, 6.1, 6.2, 7.2, 7.6, 7.7, 7.9, 7.10, 8.1, 9.1 is the addition of STIP application. There's a time sensitive nature to that. And then under reports, 10.1X and all of number 11, that's 11, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Any other items, Councillor Minns?
The other one would be the Alice one. Which one is that? That's
Are the reports?
yeah, under reports.
Because I think they're alphabetical. No, 10.1D.
Oh, yeah. And then take the next. And then I'll move the agenda.
Okay. Councillor Minns has moved the agenda as amended. Are there any further comments? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the agenda as amended, all those in favor?
Aye.
That is 9 and 0. The motion is adopted. As we get started, I wanted to just quickly share with council before moving on to the first item, which I had this at the top. Just the exciting news as it relates to the Boyle Regional Healthcare Center. On Saturday, I had the pleasure of meeting Frederick, who is one of the first of 2 internationally educated nurses. He's in Athabasca. This week he starts the training or orientation. I don't know what it's called, acclimatization. And so that's exciting news for the community. It seems like we're on track to see the return to service on that facility early in the new year. The next nurse is scheduled to come in the next few weeks. 3.2, Councillor Anderson, you added that in. Oh, Councillor Chancellor. That's 3.2. There we are.
Thank you. I'd like to move the approval of the minutes from the October 26th five-year county council meeting with the following amendments. I noticed that item 5.1 and 7.4 were adopted in the consent agenda, but the resolutions CC 23-586 and resolution CC 23-596 do not, they're not exact copies of the recommended motions from our agenda package, so I'd just like those amended to read exactly as they were adopted.
So there's 22-586 and 22-596 will be adjusted to read the way they were written in the consent agenda. Any further discussion on on that motion? On the question of the adoption of the minutes, anybody with questions about understanding what changed? On the question of the adoption of the minutes as amended, all those in favor?
Aye.
9-0, and the motion is adopted. We have delegations coming, but not for a little while, so we'll move on. Councillor Mins, 5.1, you wanted to make a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move the motion for 5.1 on the Water for Life application on the Lake Waterline project. That Athabasca County Council supports and directs administration to make an application to the Water for Life program for the Island Lake Waterline Extension Project for the preferred option of a reservoir at Baptiste Lake. And also that Athabasca County Council requests the Water Commission, Athabasca Regional Water Commission and regional partners to examine and recommend the cost recovery plan for the regional partners for their share of the initial 10% commitment required for the application to the Water for Life application.
Councillor Mins has moved the motion as recorded in your agenda package that the council supports and directs admin to make the application for Water for Life for the Island Lake Waterline Extension Project, with the preferred option being the reservoir at Baptiste Lake. And the council requests the Water Commission and regional partners examine and recommend a cost recovery plan from the regional partners for their share of the initial 10% commitment for the application. Any discussion on that issue? Councillor Mins, you moved it, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to just say what a great move forward this is for Athabasca County, for the Water Commission, for the regional area, and working together with the summer villages out west of Athabasca has been very rewarding also in that, and thank council for actually putting me on this committee and that, and we are looking at having a meeting, another Zoom meeting here on the 16th on Thursday, just to discuss this a little bit more. The other thing I'd like to say is thank our CAO, Mr. Beck, for his help in moving this forward. It was a great addition to this. So yeah, I'm looking very forward to having more discussions regarding this, and this is just the beginning in my eyes, the beginning of getting more infrastructure in Athabasca County, and looking at going to Rochester and looking at going to Caslon is just another, big step. More infrastructure we can put in here regarding water, the better off the whole region is. So thank you.
Other comments? Councillor Gerlich, then Holland.
Yeah, and I hope there's going to be a lot further discussion on this, because I read these things over 3 times and I'm not so sure I knew much more now than I knew before I started reading it. And so, anyway, there's a lot there.
Councillor Holland.
Thank you. It's just a comment, really, just to say congratulations to Councillor Mins and to CAO Beck and all those involved. Job well done. Thank you.
Projects like this, we talk a lot about economic development, and projects like this are, in my opinion, key to continuing to provide opportunities for economic development. I think that's one of our jobs, is to create an environment where the region can grow, and part of that is providing the right infrastructure. And certainly for things like the Water Commission, finding ways to increase the volume of water that the commission can move and sell is the only way, the best way to get the water rates lower. And so adding the potential for more customers is a big deal. And then the other thing I had as a note is that I just want to compliment the CAO on the format. I personally really like the adjustment in the format of the administrative report that you've presented in this case. On any further comments? On the question of the adoption of the motion that the council supports and directs the admin to make an application to the Water for Life program for the Island Lake line extension project for the preferred option with the reservoir at Baptiste, and that council requests the Water Commission and regional partners examine and recommend a cost recovery plan for the initial 10% commitment required for the application to the Water for Life program. All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion is adopted 9-0. 5.2, Councillor Anderson, you added this.
Thank you. Before I make a motion, I'd like to know, does administration have the capacity to prepare the required resources to have an open house for our budget this quickly?
Sorry, CAO, I actually had it out even to ask you to speak to this one first before I saw a motion.
Mr. Chairman, through to Deputy Reeve Anderson, yeah, we've had a bit of discussion about this internally. Is that fair to say, Jordan? And with Director Chernichan, and we're a little worried that if we hold it, we're going to be wasting people's time, and that we hate wasting people's time. We'd have some things to put up, some boards to print, but the questions we're asked is just going to be so general. We're not sure we're going to get much back because we really don't have a draft budget to talk about by then. So we just, it's a fair question to ask, and more of our time. We don't want to waste the public's time, so we're not sure we'd be prepared. I hope I answered your question.
Based on status of that, do you have a motion?
Yes. I'd like to direct administration to bring forth proposed dates for a budget open house in January or February, as well as a brief description of what information or format council could expect to see for that open house. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson has made a motion to direct administration to bring back to council proposed dates in January or February for a budget open house, and a brief description also of the information that council could expect at those meetings. Do you want to speak to it, CEO?
Mr. Chairman, no problem with the motion. At the same time, I think what we'd like to do is bring back an item outlining best practices for public input on budgets because I think we're kind of, the way we've talked about it, we're just looking at all the usual comparators that we look at, and they usually shoot for a different time of the year. And they do a public survey and an open house at the same time because in our experience, unfortunately here, maybe locally, I understand open house participation is a little bit hit and miss, but maybe public surveys might be more easy to get some buy-in into, or so I think what we talked about was maybe we'd also in the item bring back maybe best practice, best time of year, and even if we had to write it in policy. From now on, we will do this as part of our budget process each year, and kind of maybe regiment it. And usually it's closer to summer or early after the summer break. It's a lot of places do it before the summer break or right after the summer break, after council has seen a bit of a draft budget. But we'll bring back something to that effect.
Councillor Mins.
Thank you. I like that idea of a survey first to actually, I think it gets people thinking, gets the information out there in front of them prior to the discussion that could happen, and get some thinking. And then if we get a good survey back, possibly have an open house then, or that, and maybe that might draw more people in at that point in time. So I think that's a very good idea. Thank you.
Other comments at the. Ms. Blair, would you be willing to read back the motion the way you've got it typed for me? If there's no further discussion, we'll move to calling the question.
Moved by Counselor Anderson to direct administration to bring forth proposed dates in January or February for a budget open house and to
Bring a brief description of the format that council could expect and other relevant information. So on the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
9-0, and the motion is adopted. 5.4. CAO, did you want to speak to this one before we open the floor?
Mr. Chairman, I will defer to Director Wilkinson. That's the NRED
The
application.
NRED application, yep.
Yeah, so administration talked about this at length and our recommendation is that the application goes sort of in two areas, a couple of feasibility studies, one looking at strengthening cellular coverage throughout and within the boundaries of the county, as well as looking at a multi-year plan to improve, enhance, and possibly expand our county campgrounds and boat launches. This type of feasibility study certainly fits in with the direction of the grants. You know, our previous application was a laundry list of things. And we felt that it's important to focus on a couple of really key things within our municipality.
Thank you. Council, there's no clear recommendation. Is there anybody that has a motion in mind? Councillor Wallach, or a comment?
Just a comment. I understand I like the two studies. I think that's great. But knowing that we can take full advantage of this grant with all the projects that could be placed under it, some of the capital projects that could potentially be coming in, just knowing that we could fully utilize that $200,000 match if we can. That's a lot of money for our taxpayers, and just making sure that we totally utilize all of the grant.
CAO.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there's a good chance that these two studies would take the entire amount that we would get. They're two big projects. So that's what we were thinking was we'll probably use every penny of that grant.
Councillor Minns?
I like the idea of the feasibility studies regarding the county campgrounds, boat launches and that, even digging into it more where and it's going to take time, and it's going to take a lot of time to deal with environment and that so we can, when we put a boat launch in, we can actually do a reasonably good or very good boat launch. So we're not going back there every couple of years because chains are breaking or something like that and things are moving. So yeah, I'm very happy with the way this looks for the feasibility studies on both sides. And I'm willing to make a motion or Councillor Wallach, you want to make?
Sure. Councillor Wallach?
I'd like to make a motion to direct administration to apply for the Northern Economic Development Grant with the feasibility studies for improving cellular coverage and a feasibility study to look at a multi-year plan to improve and enhance and possibly expand our county campgrounds and boat launches.
In terms of language, would you be okay with cellular and broadband?
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's the typical language we've used. So Councillor Wallach has moved that we direct administration to apply for the Northern Regional Economic Development Grant to conduct a feasibility study to improve and strengthen cellular and broadband coverage within the region, within the boundaries of the municipality, and a feasibility study to look at the multi-year plan to improve, enhance, and possibly expand county campgrounds and boat launches. Discussion. Councillor Holland, you're on deck. You're first up, Rob.
Thank you. Just curious about the boat launches. I think these are excellent choices that administration has made. I was just curious about the boat launches. Are they strictly for lakes, or are we going to possibly look for a location for the river as well?
We could certainly include that as part of the feasibility study.
I think, thank you. I think that that would be amazing, as we all know that the jet boater population is quite extensive in the region. And we do have issues with the boat launch in the town of Athabasca and the struggles that people are seeing there. So thank you very much for considering that as an addition.
Further discussion? Everybody's really quiet. On, if you're ready for the question is on the adoption of the motion to direct administration to apply for the NRED grant to conduct a feasibility study to improve and strengthen cellular and broadband coverage throughout and within the boundaries of the municipality, and a feasibility study to look at a multi-year plan to improve, enhance, and possibly expand county campgrounds and boat launches. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is 9-0. Oh, I'm supposed to ask opposed. 9-0. Okay. We learned that, didn't we, Councillor Cromwell?
I was waiting for a moment to interrupt and add an opposed just for fun.
The next item on your agenda is number 5.5. This is grant opportunities. This stems out of the Budget and Finance meeting. And there's no clear motion, but Councillor Holland, do you want to lead the initial discussion?
I just think it's extremely important that we voice our concern to the federal government regarding their choice to allow some Canadian provinces to have a break on their carbon tax for heat. We all know that the rebates have been extended to those provinces as well this year, and so therefore I would like to see something that administration can put together that will voice our concern of the unfairness of that choice.
Councillor Anderson, you want waived?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to direct administration to send a letter in support of the provincial advocacy efforts to eliminate the carbon tax on home heating.
Councillor Anderson has moved that we direct administration to send a letter in support of the provincial advocacy efforts
To eliminate the carbon
to eliminate the
tax
carbon tax
on home heating. And I don't think the list of recipients needs to be in the motion.
Okay, so the motion is to direct administration to send a letter of support of the province's advocacy efforts to eliminate the carbon tax on home heating. The floor is open for discussion. I'll lead this one. I mean, it's a little bit tougher choice. I mean, I normally don't do that because I won't. But ultimately, for me, the problem comes in where we have a situation where things are being applied inequitably across the country and creating division between regions, and I don't think that's reasonable. We have people in the West that are suffering and pay massive amounts of carbon tax on their home heating, and so either we're all in it together or we're not. But for me, it's we're either all in it together, and this what appears to be a cynical attempt at vote buying is not on for me. And as it relates to the issue, we collect a tax that is supposed to feed back to our region through the Green Municipal Fund, and the applications that the county or connected bodies have out. We've had so far just crickets in terms of the response. And so, as we think this through, that's something that we'll have to bring back to the table at a future time. I recognize it's off topic, but we need to continue to advocate for that stuff because they're connected. Check mark by me. Okay, anyone else want to talk? Councillor Gerlich.
Yeah, I think there's a little irony there in the fact that the heating oil is not as clean burning as natural gas, and some of our options, you got to heat your house in the wintertime, and you really don't have the options. So I don't know where applying a tax to it really is achieving a whole heck of a lot. I mean, we don't have the electrical grids in place to produce the kind of power or the kind of electricity that's required for EVs and all these things. So there's a strain on the whole system to get new sources and it's just way premature to be taxing when there aren't too many options. It's kind of a senseless tax and it's unfair.
You moved the motion, so I'll give you the final word, but is there anybody else that wants to? Sorry, Councillor Holland, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I just wanted a bit of clarity. Am I accurate in the fact that the carbon tax is also taxed by GST?
Yes,
Okay.
I've noticed that on my bills and it always,
Yeah.
I find it that odd that the carbon tax is neither a good or a service and
Right.
I'm paying, like the layering of it doesn't seem right, but
Yeah, I'm wondering if that is something we can add to the body of the letter, just to mention the ridiculousness of taxing a tax.
so Councillor Holland has made an amendment to is there any opposition to just adding a comment of opposition to GST on top of the carbon tax? And if not, through unanimous consent, we'll modify that motion.
Thank you.
Ms. Blair, can you weave that in? So send a letter of support of the province's advocacy efforts to eliminate the carbon tax on home heating and voice our opposition to paying GST on top of the carbon tax. And although it's not in the motion, Councillor Anderson and I did talk about this a little bit earlier this morning, and she had a kind of a list of people, and I'll give the floor to you for a final word before we call the question.
Yeah, I think if written correctly, the letter doesn't need to be partisan or in favor of one specific political party. It's advocating for our residents. We understand that their costs of home heating are a necessity here, and just to make sure that we're doing what we can. A letter is probably not going to change everything, but at least we're voicing our support for that. And the list that I had jotted down of potential recipients would be Premier Donnell Smith, MLAs Glenn Van Dyken and Brian Jean, Minister Rebecca Schultz, PM Justin Trudeau, and Minister Guilbeault. So just a few that it's something that we can do.
Okay. On the question of the adoption of the motion to send a letter in support of the province's advocacy to eliminate carbon tax on home heating and to further voice our opposition to paying GST on top of the carbon tax. All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion is adopted 9-0. It's gonna take a while to get used to calling for once we get 9. So Councillor Cromwell, for the benefit of Cole and I and some others were at a learning session that they were a parliamentarian talked about meeting procedure, and the idea is that even when you have a 9-0 vote, the chair should be calling for those in opposition, even though initially there were none, just in case someone happens to change their mind between the moment when you say all those in favor and all those opposed. I had watched a show the other night talked about the mind of a goldfish being memory of a couple of nanoseconds, and well, if you forgot which way you voted and you want to vote yes and then opposed, I guess it's possible, or it's possible just to change your mind. We are next up at 6.1. Holy smokes. This is the non-residential assessment subclassification bylaw. It is, we moved first reading last time. Is there someone willing to move second reading? Councillor Cromwell, and then.
So moved.
Okay. Councillor Cromwell has moved second reading of bylaw 012-2023. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. On the question of the adoption of the motion to move second reading of 012-2023, all those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is adopted 8-1.
I apologize. That was a late. I was in favor. I apologize.
That's okay. Sorry. We'll go with thumbs up or thumbs down.
Okay, thanks.
So the count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Is there any appetite to move third reading, or do we want to hold that for another meeting to give more chance for input? Councillor Gerlich, you had your hand up last time. Did you want to move third reading?
I would.
Okay, Counselor Gerlach has moved third reading of the bylaw 0122023. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion to move third reading of 0122023, the non-residential subclassification, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion is adopted. The count is 9-0. Item number 6.2 in front of you is proposed first reading of a land use bylaw amendment, bylaw number 0132023. It's normally we pass these just as a matter of routine so that we can move it forward to a public hearing. Is there anyone willing to move the motion? Councillor Chamzak.
Yes, the recommended motion, please.
Okay, Councillor Chamzak has moved to give first reading to bylaw 0132023, a land use bylaw amendment for the Northeast 136224 west of the 4th from urban reserve to agricultural district, and further to direct admin to advertise the public hearing on December 12th at 9:30 a.m. for that bylaw. Is there any discussion on the matter? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
That opposed? Councillor Cromwell, you were in favor? Okay, the motion is adopted. The count is 9-0. Hey, we're at well, we should be at 10 o'clock. The clock says we're at 11, but that'll trick us when it comes close to lunch. We have oh, it's at 11, so I guess we're good. Not at 11, but we're at item number 7.2, committee appointments. Councillor Cromwell, do you want to open the discussion on this, the recommendation? Or just
One moment, please. And then I will happily begin discussion on that.
so just as a matter of clarity, that the procedural bylaw doesn't expressly permit multiple organizational meetings. Council has actually held the meeting as outlined in the bylaw, but outside of the organizational meeting, council has the discretion to amend committee appointments at its discretion. Councillor Cromwell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. After looking at the committee appointments and how it was laid out, I am concerned about the inequality and the inability for everyone to have a voice and to represent not only their area, but the county as a whole, and how these appointments can be construed as very lopsided. The concern then comes in now that the remuneration was edited after committee appointment. Just the growing inequality between some councillors and others, and I would like that list to be more fair across the board, as there are a multitude of quarterly, monthly, call of chair, bi-monthly positions should be more fairly distributed.
What you're waving?
Yep.
Councillor Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We've previously discussed a desire to appoint members to each committee who strengthen that board or committee. And I stand by that decision. We have a strong council because of our diversity, and we need to continue to utilize our strengths where we can. Our new council remuneration policy was specifically formatted to ensure that council members were fairly compensated for the work that they're performing and the expenses that they incur while performing that work. And with our new strategic plan and our new CAO now in place, we've started to generate some great momentum. And I think it's time to focus on our strategic goals and stop trying to distract from the progress we're making with these personal agendas.
Councillor Minns, is your hand up? It's just like an auction, man. You. Councillor Holland, I'm looking at you.
I'm fine, thanks.
Sorry, we can hear your voice is a little off.
Yeah, sorry about that.
you know, by the nature of committee appointments, councillors are, I think, always limited in where they can represent the municipality. Council can't, you know, we can't all be on every committee. And we choose and assign committee representation based on majority vote. Seems to me that most committees are filled by people. I've talked to a number of people about this just over time, how most committees are filled by people who have sort of a particular interest in that area and or in the work of the committee. And so in that regard, I think we're pretty fortunate as a group because we have no apparent voids where there's something that we are part of that there's zero interest in. So there's this alignment between interests and opportunities. And, you know, I would note that most of the committee appointments were by unanimous vote. So I'm not sure where you want to go with this, but there's no motion on the floor if you want to make one, or if we want to just accept it for information and move on. Councillor. Okay. On the question on the motion to accept for information, is there further discussion?
My
Councillor
only
Crum.
discussion would be strongly opposed to that motion.
Okay. Okay, since there's no other discussion on the question of the adoption of the motion to accept the RFD for information, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The count is 7-2 and the motion to accept for information is adopted. Item number 7.6 is the wildfire prevention grant. I can't remember who put that on. I think that was Councillor Minns. Do you want to move a motion?
Where is it? I guess where to approve it. Just trying to find it.
It's on page 128.
28.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the RFD was prepared by Councillor Holland.
Right,
Oh, I see.
but it was headed for the consent agenda until Councillor Minns asked it to come off. So my usual habit, unless I forget or am distracted, is to if you've put it on, I'll go. And
Just a discussion for just a question first. Is administration going to have enough time to apply for this grant?
so administration, there's a recommendation to apply for a grant. Do you have the capacity to make that happen?
Well, we introduced our new grant writer this morning, so I think that we will be pursuing lots of new grants. And I would say that we likely have the capacity to pursue this one.
Thank you. And as a, you know, food for thought for all of us, I think, as I think about how we work, we should always put some thought into, do we have the capacity to do the good things we want to do? And I'll try, you know, I've got a note for myself to try to be conscious about asking that more with all motions, but Councillor Minns, the floor was yours. Do you want to move the motion?
Yeah, I'll move the motion, the recommended motion.
Councillor Minns has made a motion to request administration apply for the Wawanesa Community Fire Prevention Grant and using their discretion determine which fire smart disciplines are best to focus on and further report back to council if successful. Is there any further discussion or any discussion, sorry, on that motion? Councillor Wallach.
I know we received this email from, I think, administration, just making sure that all the fire departments were made aware of this because it looks like they could apply as well.
Seeing no further hands going up, I assume you're ready for the question. On the question of the adoption of the motion to request admin apply for the Wawanesa Community Fire Prevention Grant, using their discretion and determine which fire smart disciplines are best to focus on and further report back to council if successful. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. 7.7, Councillor Wallach, you put that on.
Yeah, I guess just a question to admin. How come we're appointing here, not at the committee level, since we have members at large? Yeah,
Because the
is it in the,
the Act states council has determined the chair and the number of members and the voting status and term of office. So it's a council responsibility. But admin, if you want to add to that answer, I'd be happy to have you jump in.
No, Mr. Chairman, you got it right. The act says council must appoint.
yeah,
So,
good enough.
Is there someone willing to move the motion? Should we go to someone who's not one of them? Counselor Kapachanic. Counselor Kapachanic has moved that we extend the term of the ASB chairs Wallach and Vice Chair Chamzik for a year. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I assume you're ready for the question. The question is on the adoption of the motion to appoint Chair Counselor Wallach as Chair of ASB and Counselor Chamzik as Vice Chair for a year. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is, opposed? Oh. Okay, so we're going to say the motion is adopted. Counselor Gerlich, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I did see an ad in the paper for a 1-year position again for ESB. And we're gonna end up with 2 1-years.
Yeah, and you and I talked about this last time. So is it administration? Can you just clarify for council while we're on the subject of ASB? Is the ad going out for a single year?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it is out for 1 year as per the way that the board was set up originally.
So I think that the setup of the board was the terms are to be 3 years. But in order to ensure that you don't have everybody rotating out all at once, when we brought members at large in, the first appointments were for 1, 2, and 3 year. And following that, every renewal would be for a 3-year term. So that's something we should correct.
We had planned on bringing back the terms of reference to the ASB's next meeting for review. That's not how they got written down originally. So it may need that the terms of reference will have to come back to council if that's what the intent of it was.
Would it be appropriate for council to provide direction right now to modify the ad so that the next appointment is for a 3-year term outside of the terms of reference?
My recommendation would be that when we bring the appointments to council,
We can just do it then.
we just appoint for the 3 years. We'll reach out to applicants and confirm that they're all right with that concept before bringing them for your consideration.
Okay, yeah, because when we started, there were a number of committees that the all the members at large kind of expired at the same time, and this group thought that that was not wise in terms of continuity and sharing knowledge forward. So, Councillor Gerlich, does that satisfy your?
It does.
Councillor Holland, he said it does. What are we on next? Number 7.9 and 10, we have to skip over. Let's move all the way up to 8.1 calendars. That's on page 145. Some point it wasn't on.
Okay.
Unless you wanted it on. So calendars. I have one addition that is backdated to yesterday, but that's the North Alberta Alliance for Growth and Opportunity was yesterday in Chipman. If you want to add that to the calendar, just as a matter of making sure the record exists that it happened. Are there any other any changes to November or December? Councillor Cromwell, the floor is yours.
The Northern Lake College from the 23rd has been moved to the 27th.
Okay, Northern Lakes from the 23rd moved to the 27th. Is there anything else? Councillor Cromwell? Councillor Gerlich? I'll work around the table. So I was just Councillor Capitano was waving and I'm just saying I'll work around the table. You go first. Okay, we'll come back to you. Councillor Gerlich, you want me to circle back? Okay, Councillor Kapitanek with your microphone on. With your microphone on.
I have it in my calendar, but it's not on there.
The policy meeting on the 16th was canceled. Because the question about administrative capacity came up and there's a discussion between.
No problem. That's all I wanted to know.
Councillor Anderson? You're good? Councillor Wallach? We got it. It's pretty thorough this time. Councillor Chamzik, nothing. Councillor Mins?
I just got that on the sixteenth in the morning at 10:30, the water line extension Zoom meeting.
Waterline Zoom, okay. Counselor Holland,
All good, thanks.
all good. Counselor Gerlich, circling back.
Yeah. I figured out where my problem was and I now know that it does not exist. Thank you.
Glad to solve problems. That's what we do every day. Uh, Hopefully. Counselor Capitanek, I'll get you to shut your mic off, and unless you're going to move that we adopt the calendars as amended. Counselor Capitanek has made a motion to adopt the calendars as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is adopted 9-0. 9.1 relates to STIP applications. We are working on, the county's working on a number of STIP applications. The assumption is that all the ones that went in last year that were not approved are going to go back in. And then there's been some work with Alpac on the Resource Road Bridge. I'm not sure, but because we've not, as a council, previously said we want to push that in, I think I asked the CAO and Director Whaley to be kind of prepared to talk about it briefly in discussion with the Chief of Staff for transportation economic corridors. Budgets are being worked on right now. This is a time to make sure we've got our asks in place. And so the suggestion to me was that we should have our applications in right away. So that's why that's on the agenda today, because we don't have the timing to wait till the next council meeting in the end of November is too far. Director or CAO, do you want to speak to that briefly, or?
Mr. Chairman, you explained it. So
Councillor Gerlich.
Mr. Chairman, do you have to have your projects completed before you apply for more projects, or?
I don't believe so, but there's people who understand that. Someone who's done it before was shaking their head and saying no. Because I think we have a couple of years to spend that money and to work that project out. Councillor Holland? No, Councillor Mins.
So the STIP funding that we have applied for and have been granted, that those jobs are still ongoing, right?
There's an update coming at the committee of the whole meeting on next week. Okay, to go through all of those. And I wasn't going to put the director on the spot with that because I understand she'd been away from the office for a couple of days. Oh, there you go. Okay, then the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the grants received previously, on bridge file 13119, that culvert replacement has just had its final inspection last week and is done. On 13383, which is the Splain Bridge, the tender is prepared and ready to go out in the new year. I did ask why we can't tender earlier, but companies aren't holding their prices for more than 60 days. And we can't do the work until well after a 60-day timeline. So bridge 70502, which is a culvert replacement, has just had a change order due to a fish catch and release requirement that's been added. So that's just been moved upstream, and we just signed that change order. On 09936, 75165, 73081, and 75165. Those are all culvert replacements. They final reports have all come in and are being approved so that the detailed design can be done, and they'll be ready to be tendered in the spring. 76276 is ready for tender now, and I'm waiting for an update on 77410, which is also a culvert replacement.
Councillor Mins. And the ones that are ready for tender now, those will go out when?
Within a 60-day timeline of being able to actually do the work.
Perfect. Okay. Which is later.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that.
And so on the STIP application, part of the idea is that if we're going to look for the funds, and again, this will come back for greater discussion, but in order for me to sign the STIP app, I felt more comfortable bringing it to you for a conversation first. If we're awarded the money and our priorities change, and for some reason that doesn't make the top three, we can reject the grant, but we can't do the work with a grant that we don't apply for and don't get. So we gotta kind of put the cart ahead just a little bit here. Okay, is there someone willing to make a motion to Councillor Holland? Do you want to speak or make a motion?
Make a motion, please, to accept.
Okay.
information.
We need a motion to authorize me to sign the STIP app.
Oh,
Are you-
that'll-
So, Councillor Holland has made a motion to authorize Reeve to sign the STIP application for the Resource Road Bridge, which the number we can fill in because I don't know it. 81129. Is there any further discussion? Okay, and remembering that this will come back for greater council discussion later. On the question of the adoption of the motion to authorize Reeve to sign the STIP application for bridge file 81129, all those in favor? That opposed? The motion is adopted 9-0. We have lots of time. So I'll confess, I was actually hoping that we'd take a coffee break before I had to do the report on the Northeast Alliance and growth, so that I could quickly review my notes and get the highlights ready for you. So if everyone's okay with taking, let's say 10 minutes. Go have a, we'll go back till 10:30 or 11:30 on the old time in Saskatchewan. 10:30 in Alberta, 10:30 in Saskatchewan. The meeting back to order. Okay, calling the meeting back to order at 10:30. Councillor Mins, we are at the section 10.1D reports. You're first. You have 25 minutes.
Well, hopefully I don't take that long. I don't want to steal your thunder, but had a Alice meeting on November 8th in Barhead County office. Everything went very well. We looked at some new projects, actually went over over budgeted projects. There was one that was allotted a little bit more money just due to the fact of some budgeting errors, not much. And then two non-completed projects that they have to reapply for. One thing is if you apply for a project and you start on it and you don't finish the project in 1 year, you can reapply for that project again, but you won't get money for the money that you spent. You won't get reimbursed for that. It's you have 1 year to do this project in. So that's and people that are apply for projects are told that you know, get her done and stuff like that. So yeah, that's right. So and then in this coming spring, we had 12 projects came up. 3 that were on shelter belts, 4 that were on wildlife pollinator projects. That's where pond levelers and pollinator, the bee thing come in, bat houses, stuff like that. Actually, there was one point project on that was some more duck houses, duck nesting houses. It's kind of cool. That's a point project where we pay for about half of what it costs to build these nests, but there's no acreages taken out or anything like that, just due to the fact that how do you take out a whole lake? But it's a very nifty project there by putting on by a young gentleman. And then we had 4 riparian projects that we passed to. So things are moving along very well in the Alice end. It's in 2022, we had 13 projects, 23, we had 16, and 24, we got 12. So things are moving right along. And that's with the 3 municipalities.
Questions for
Ask
Councilor
a question. How many of them were strictly in the county that you can recall?
Now, that I can recall, and so we're held by to stay anonymous, but you can kind of tell through where these projects are placed at and everything. It looks like there's 3 in Athabasca County. So,
Wonderful.
and there's one that's actually a kind of like the same thing that happened in Division 4 on a project there where there's there's an issue between 2 landowners and these pond levelers. 1, if not 2 pond levelers will go in and to mediate between the 2 landowners. And these pond levelers are actually they're going great guns in a lot of these municipalities now, just due to the fact of the mediation between the 2 landowners. It's a way to keep the beavers, but keep the water off someone else's land. So, and for infrastructure, our infrastructure is very important to us, and these pond levelers will knock the water down around bridges, culverts, places like that, so we can maintain them. So it's a great it's a great practice to get into.
I'm always impressed with the work of the committee and the ability of the projects to solve problems.
Yeah.
And and create, winning solutions for both parties, for people who want to preserve the wildlife and holding water is presumably good for the water table. And if there's a lot of positives in the work, that the committee does in your past gives you a good insight onto places in the county that we can continue to solve problems with these projects.
Right on.
Thanks for that. I think and speaking to the one in Division 4, I mean, that's been a thorn in the side of a couple of people for a generation. And if we can solve it with a couple of $1,000s and a piece of pipe, it's great.
That was a huge win. That one there, again, with my background with the county, that, that one there's been going on for years and years and years. And I haven't heard anything negative on that one. I've heard nothing but positive. So it's like, holy man, if these things can move us forward in that way, it's tremendous.
Division 4 is the one that I seen on that tour. Do you foresee that a lot more of these pond levelers happening towards those bridge and culverts for water mitigation and keeping our infrastructure? Do you see that momentum building in the future?
Yeah, I really do, because they are a definite asset. When we were discussing these projects, the agricultural fieldmen are there, and they're all talking and they're all talking about putting these in and maintaining the areas so much easier than that, eh? So, and protecting the infrastructure and that. And one thing we did discuss a little bit too is being that we have a few of these people around the table here right now, is the chairman, reaching out to the chairmans of the ag societies and that, and we'd really like to, like in a meeting process, if Lisa, the coordinator, could come up and at one of your people's meetings there and just discuss more of the Alice operation going on and what it consists of. It'll help a great deal. We're finding it, the more and more information that gets out, the more people are grabbing onto it.
Attending one of the local Ag Society meetings, it was really awesome to have Lisa come out in the watershed as well, coming out, spreading that information, especially for our outlying areas. So good on them for coming out and making themselves accessible too.
Councilman, do you know what's the capacity on the Alice work? Like, is it money, or is it time, or is it like people resources? You said you're doing, do you say 17 next year?
We're doing 12 next year. And
could you do 24? Like,
thank you for asking that. That's a very good question. What's going on there is it's not as much money right now. It's time. It's by the time they do these projects, we're looking at, like Lisa was saying, they're more than, like last year we had 16 projects. That was just about too much, because and depending on the type of projects, if you got tree planting, if you got these pollinator plants to do and all this stuff, it takes a lot of time, and then it's the manpower of doing that also. They work together with the Athabasca Watershed Council, which gives them employees to go out there and help plant and everything. And they're always looking for if somebody has a little bit of time on their side, if they could.
Do they use then county employees, or is it all people that are connected to it's not our crews and equipment out there?
The only time that we'll use our crews as a fieldman and stuff like that is for usually just the pond levelers, because they know what they're doing. That's one thing about Mr. Hercue is he's well known for his pond leveler placements. So, and there's two different, I found out on this beaver information session I went on in Westlock, with the way Westlock puts in their beaver pond levelers and the way Athabasca puts in their beaver pond levelers is two different ways. So So, you know, there's goods and bads about it both, but a lot of it is the, not really the money, it's the time of doing these projects. So that's. It works out. We don't want to, if we bring on a whole bunch of more projects, we need to bring on more people, meaning another coordinator possibly, or an assistant anyway, so.
Are there other questions for Councilor Mintz?
Thank you.
Well, no, it's a good time to dig into the Alice stuff, because again, we can see how it's doing good work in the county and solving problems. Councillor Gerlich, you want to follow up with a question?
No, I don't. I was just wondering if you're looking for a filler to kind of fill some time.
Well, if you're going to start singing and dancing, I was going to do a report on the Northeast Alberta Alliance for Growth and Opportunity, and then we might need to.
Entertain a filler. Okay,
That works for you.
I'll patiently wait.
Okay. So yesterday I attended the Northeast Alberta Alliance for Growth and Opportunity. That's essentially the committee that was formerly the Northeast Alberta Mayors and Reeves Caucus. They changed the name to make it more marketable, probably. Last year, just before the election, you may recall there was some fundraising that occurred, or some funding that we provided. And that was specifically to draw the attention to the condition of Highway 28 and economic development. At the time, we talked about basically within our region, Northeast Alberta, a huge portion of the province's GDP is generated in this area. And if you're not on Highway 28, you are served by Highway 28. And so our council supported that. So they worked with an advocate or a lobbyist, and they were able to get enough attention and enough momentum with that pre-election, the provincial government made a commitment of some money to look at the future for Highway 28 in terms of whether it's resurfacing, widening, twinning, which is probably a stretch. But so yesterday the meeting was in Chipman. It does tend to rotate around. Part of the discussion was about the potential to rotate it in Edmonton occasionally to try to connect with, make it a little bit easier for the MLAs who serve the region to attend. The interesting part is there are 31 municipalities and 9 Indigenous communities, whether it's Métis Nation or First Nations. So about 40 municipal governments that connect into this group. I think that it's great in that it is a mix of urban and rural. And so we've got, the village Chipman and the city of Lloydminster and big counties like Bonnyville and Lac La Biche all working on the same common issues, where, through RMA and AUMA, obviously those guys do a lot of great work, but they keep us separate. And this is a chance for that advocacy to come for the region, because as you've seen here, there's really locally, we don't see the municipal boundaries. It's about the community. One of the, so just reviewing the agenda for you, we've spent a little bit of time talking about the terms of reference. Those will continue to be developed, but the objectives or the purpose really is for the group. The group contributes up to 1/3 of Alberta's GDP through significant energy, forestry, and agricultural industries. The aims are to work together to advance initiatives that generate growth, improve social outcomes, secure a stronger, more prosperous future for Northeast Alberta. So it's something we all have in common. It's to not get into the weeds on strictly local issues. That's for our council to do on our own. So the objectives basically demonstrate the importance of Northeast Alberta to the provincial economy, provide a forum for information sharing on issues, discussions of mutual interest. And I can tell you in my experience working with you guys and council, sharing that information across these groups, it is valuable. Support enhance information sharing. I think I read that. Identify and advance economic and social initiatives to strengthen the region through communication with the provincial government, rural municipalities, Alberta municipalities, and other groups as determined by the membership. And ultimately, the priorities right now are still being formally nailed down, but the big stuff on the list, that economic corridor of Highway 28, And then the infrastructure development around connectivity is big, and health. So those are the kind of the top three things that exist. A couple of things that came out of that meeting for me to bring back are for us to remember as we're budgeting. The discussion was to create a membership fee similar to I'm gonna ask you to shut your phone off or leave, okay? Excuse me, can you step out, please? Bob, would you ask him to? The couple of takeaways and things to bring back. So healthcare in our region is big, and so there's some subcommittees that are going to be struck to work on that. Bringing back to you is to consider in our budget deliberations, making sure we include about $2,000 as a kind of a potential. But the goal is to not invoice that until there's been clarity around the terms of reference, clarity around what the goals and objectives are, because there's also a thought that we may not need that kind of dollars. But because we're in budget season, everybody was encouraged to kind of take the fee we paid in last year, set that aside in budget, and just have it earmarked just in case. And then it would come back, obviously, for a council decision if we want to move ahead. One of the interesting ideas that I thought you would all appreciate that came up from the mayor of the town of Vegreville is as we're looking for more money, we know that the government has limitations on how much they can increase spending, but as they pay down debt, their interest costs will also decrease. And so the idea is that we, as municipalities, both through RMA and AUMA, consider going back to the provincial government and saying, well, as your interest costs decrease, we would like you to give us the interest portion that you're saving and turn that back to municipalities. So it's a way that their spending stays flat, but they redirect where that goes. And so it helps us to, it creates a solution where municipalities are saying, we'll work with you. We know that you need to pay down your debt, but also we have needs too. And that connects into a comment that Minister Horner made at RMA, which is in the next 3 years, there's about $25 million worth of debt coming due in Alberta out of the 80-some billion dollars that the province owes, but the interest rate will come up for renewal. It's currently in the low 2% range. It is expected it'll renew in the mid to high 4s. And so that's a fairly healthy amount. So when the government is looking like they've got some surplus cash, they may actually want to be focusing on that so that we don't double our borrowing costs. We talked about other priorities being EMS and doctor recruitment, and just the work on sending some letters out to introduce and build awareness with members of the government and the opposition on kind of who the group is, so that when they hear the name NAGLO or Northeast Alberta Alliance for Growth and Opportunity, they know, oh, that is 40 strong municipalities that we better pay attention to. Very much like in the northwest of the province, there's one called NAIL, and those guys have been doing it for years. And you know, when they call, the government knows who they are. So those letters are coming out, and that's kind of the the summary of the meeting. We also talked about remuneration for hosting meetings, how that would work, broadband a little bit, and LGFF. Of course, there's still no announcements from the ministry on LGFF. Tim McPhee, Mayor McPhee, spoke to Minister McIver, and his comment was, expect about what you got last year. But the challenge is we're trying to budget and we don't even know what LGFF or MSI is going to look like this year. We talked about being a source to present solutions, not a source for whining and crying. So if we've got a problem, we'll come with a solution as well, even if it's not maybe the solution they want, or they want to choose something different, but to not go in empty-handed, but to come in and say, here's a problem that we're facing as a region, and here are 2 or 3 options to fix it. One of the things, the other thing that I had noted to talk to you about is, and I'm going to tell you about it now, and we'll talk about it in budget, probably more appropriately, but it would be good to us to set up for me to have an understanding if you're willing ever to host them here, That would bring those 40 municipalities to our region. We are on the very far west of the zone, but they do move the meetings around, but I wouldn't commit to us bringing them in, because there is a cost for lunch that comes from those guys. So that's something to talk about later, but I want to share it so we don't forget. Any questions about that meeting? Seeing none, it would be in order to have a motion to accept the reports of committees for information. Councillor Chamzik has moved that we accept the reports from committees for information. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is adopted and the count is 9-0. It is 10 minutes before 11. Ms. Blair, is the delegation for 11 in the lobby?
In one person.
So why don't we, I had initially thought if we were fast, we'd jump into closed and deal with a couple of those items, but I think, is everybody just comfortable with a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and start 5 minutes early? So let's get rolling again at 5 to 11 if we can. Counselor Holland, we're just, the CAO is just, we're waiting for him to step back in.
Sounds good.
And then I'll reconvene.
Awesome, thank you.
Limit my questions to, sorry. Four minutes after 11. And I'd like to reconvene the Athabasca County Council meeting for the 14th of November, 2023. We are at item number 4.1 on the agenda, and that is a delegation from the Plamondon and Wandering River Community Resource Society. We've got a number of folks with us today, and I want to welcome you to our meeting. Thank you for coming. Our normal program process is we'll have council introduce themselves to you, and then you'll have up to 15 minutes for your presentation. Don't feel obligated to use all of that, but if you need it. And then there may be some questions from council and we can talk. And then there's no decisions typically made at the same meeting. The item does come up later in the agenda, and usually it refers to another meeting for us to just spend some time thinking. So beginning on my left is our CAO, Mr. Bob Beck, recording secretary, Ms. Blair, the communications coordinator, Mr. Schenkelberg. And then we're going to start on the screen with Councillor Holland, who is joining us via Zoom. And then Councillor Mins.
Rob Mins, Division 8. Welcome.
Kelly Chadwick, Division 7, Grassland, Prospita, Atmore areas.
Good morning, Camille Wallach, Division 9, north of the river.
Sorry, and I didn't introduce myself, but I'm Brian Hall, elected in Division 4 in the Reeve.
Good morning, Ashton Anderson. I reside in Division 3, which is the Caslin Boyle area.
Good morning, Natasha Kapchanik, Division 2, Collington, Minnock, and New Pine Creek.
Good morning, Joe Gerlach, Division 1, Rochester Prairieville area in the deep south of the county.
And you know me, good morning, Gary Cromwell in the far northeast of the county. Thank you for being here.
And now, because we live stream and because of the people hearing away, you have to hit the button in the middle of the microphone to talk. It doesn't have to be that close. It has pretty good pickup, but in order to speak, please push the button and the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you for having us here today. My name is Pamela Nelson. I'm a resident of the Wandering River community, and I am also a board member of the Plamondon Wandering River Community Resource Society. And we are here today to address an issue that has been brought to our attention and hope that we can actually find a resolution within it. So.
I'm Andrea Uliak, and I am the president for PWR CRS Plamondon Wandering River Community Resource Society.
And I'm Martin Iverson.
All right. Well, thanks for having us here. The reason we are here is that it has been recently brought to our attention that Athabasca County is looking at striking funding towards small community programs. PWR-CRS is actually a small community program, which is actually a children's program that we operate within the Wandering River and Plamondon area. We're actually quite here to address the concern that if these fundings are cut in small communities like ours, it makes it very hard for us to operate such programs. I know that some small communities feel it is hard. We are limited numbers. It is an area. These programs are a huge asset to our community in working with the well-being, the mental well-being and the well-being of not only the children in the community, but as well as the seniors that are located in our community. If the funding is cut towards these operations, we have a hard time making a budget meet because these are nonprofit organizations. And that being said, we do a lot of our volunteering to fundraise and try and make all our budget meet so we can operate these programs. Previously, there has been some years that there has been a big change in that demographic in regards to the amount of children in our community, to seniors and so forth using these programs. I have only been on our board for PWR CRS for the last year, like this year actually happening. We had some changes go through, and not only as a resident of the Wandering River community, I am a mother of 4 children to which my children use these programs. And not only for my children's well-being, for my own well-being. This is our program that helps for the well-being of a mother who we don't have childcare in our community. We don't have these other resources that we can go to have our people go and be like, oh, well, we can go here. We have to commute for these programs if we don't have it in our community. It is very important that we do draw attention to where these funds and grants are being issued. Small communities, not just Wandering River, but Grasslands, Boyle, all these areas. We have these programs running. They may work once in a while. There may be days that there's no interest in them, but as a generation moving forward and how to overall improve a community, that there is potential for growth in these areas, programs such as PWR CRS are needed and a huge asset. The funding, what covers in regards to that, if Athabasca County does allow funding to continue and be used for these programs, it might not be a huge amount, but any little bit helps in regards to the cost and the expense that it does have to operate such a program. We are volunteers that volunteer our time to have these programs operate. Being said, I just volunteered my whole weekend to help raise money so our program can keep operating. In that time, it does actually cost me money too, because I need somebody to watch my children in order to have time to put towards a program that we are trying to have run as a community whole. Our costs for our program is because we are blended within 2 districts into community representations, for one Athabasca County for Wandering River. The other one is the Plamondon area, which is through Lac La Biche County. We are blended as one unit because we didn't have enough people to run 2 separate boards to have 2 separate programs. The funding, we do receive funding from Lac La Biche County, as you can see in documentation that is provided. In return, we just haven't seen much funding come across from Athabasca County in order to help us meet these things. And when we're looking for that money, we're looking in regards to help with the electricity, the heating costs of a building. The building that we do operate in is actually an Athabasca County building. It is on Athabasca County land. And seeing a little bit of these funds just helps give us that breathe room in order to function and operate and run a proper program for our children now and our children moving forward. That is all I have to say right now, actually.
I feel that if we lose these programs, we will never receive them back. I was brought into this organization as the president. My children actually do not attend currently these programs, but I felt the need that I needed to step up in order to keep this program going. And I knew that if it went down the drain, we would not get this program back. Many of our parents and children really enjoy the program, really enjoy coming, doing crafts, socializing with their friends, having movie events, and etc. And I knew that in order for us to keep this going, we need to be able to have funds coming in. That is the biggest thing. We have been fundraising a lot. We just had a casino in Fort McMurray this past weekend. We are doing Festival of Trees in Lac La Biche. We are doing the concession for the Plamondon Festival in Noel on December 2nd. Previously, we did some highway cleanup. We've done a Calahoo meat fundraiser, Krispy Kreme fundraiser. So we know that we have to fundraise to keep this going, but we would also ask that if we could get some funds from Athabasca County, that would be a huge asset as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here to share, and I'm sure council will have a couple of questions. I would maybe clarify, because the comment was made that the county is moving to strike funding to small community programs, and that on its own isn't actually accurate. The county is not council is not actively looking to cut funding to small community programs. Recently, one of the grant funding streams that we have operated for years was reviewed, and that was the community hall assistance grant. And we just tested the organizations that were on the list to receive funding against whether they actually met the criteria of the funding stream. And there were a couple of holes that were added, and one or two fell off the list as not meeting the kind of the qualifications in terms of what they were doing. However, I think it's fair to say that the administration is reviewing grant policy, and so that's one of the things that that particular grant might not make sense, but there could be other places in other ways. So I had two questions, and because I have the floor, I'll start, and then I'll move on to my colleagues. But I think it's great, when you see community pull together to help the events and programs that make the community a good place to be, and that you don't have kids there is it still says you care about the community, and I think that's happens in small town Alberta, where we're part of boards that, or do work for boards that we either our children are not yet on or have been on and have long gone, but we recognize the value of what's going on, and so thanks for doing that. Do you offer similar programming then in Wandering River and Plamondon? Like, is it kind of run in parallel, and then what are your hours? Like what?
So we run a program that is parallel to each other. Plamondon is able to run 5 days a week. We staff 3 employees for the Plamondon facility. Wandering River operates 3 days a week, only from 3 to 6 in the afternoon during school season. This year, we were actually able to operate a full summer program in the Wandering River facility because there is a high interest. As well as Plamondon, sorry. Plamondon operates a full program for the summer program as well, but 5 days a week from 8:30 in the morning till 5:30 in the afternoon for Plamondon, as well as Wandering River for the summer program. During school right now, like I said, we operate from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 6. As well, Plamondon is the 5 days a week on those hours as well.
Thank you. Council, floor is open to questions. Councillor Wallach.
Thank you for coming today. I see you guys have a grant with the FCSS in Lac La Biche County. What is your affiliation with the FCSS here?
We have reached out with them. We have been in contact with FCSS. I have not gotten any information back in regards to that. I know in the few times, I know FCSS has now just started to come to our school once a month, like one Friday a month. And that is all we've seen in regards to the setback on the FCSS from Athabasca County. We have not received any funding or anything towards to help operating the children's program at this point.
Yours?
Yeah, I've seen FCSS posting that they're doing stuff in Wandering River now, but they've been canceled because there's been no interest. So I don't know if there's maybe a miscommunication between the two.
There is a miscommunication. I think that the people that have seen, because it's only been the second session that FCSS has come forward to Wandering River. But I believe that people don't understand that they have to register every time to attend. And I think that was the delay on this second session that had happened. The memos had come out, but people didn't realize that they do have to actually register or it doesn't happen. Because I know that there was a lot of interest, and then the day it was to happen, that they canceled it because there was no confirmation on that end.
So takeaway is maybe a little better communication through Yep, follow.
I guess, do you think that's a duplication of efforts with what they're doing versus what you're doing?
No, because FCSS is coming up. They're running a TOTS program. PWRCRS runs a kids program from ages whoever is qualified in the preschool system to the ages of 12, correct? And so we don't actually offer a TOTS program, even though there is interest of it. We cannot honestly afford to operate a full day program where we have drop-in of mom and tots at a certain point to then operate a full program in the evening. So we've had to make a choice to which one is more beneficial at that point. There is a number of tots that aren't even enrolled in the school system at this point yet. So that is where FCSS has stepped up and has opened the doors to allow us to start something there.
Coach Cromwell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. You mentioned different times and dates for different locations, and having some of this information, I'm trying to paint a picture here for my colleagues that might not know it all. What do you charge per family per each location? Is there a charge? How is that incorporated back into what you do?
So this year we've had to implement a fee in order to children to attend the program. If not, we would not be able to operate because we would not be able to meet a budget. A daily fee is $10 per child for 2 children. Anything over 2 children, if we were attend, it's a half price. So that is for after school program. Our summer program we operated, it was $25 per child for the day from 8:30 till 5:30 or 6. Again, anything over 2 children, it was then half price.
The floor is yours.
So follow up, that's the same for both facilities then. And when you're talking about childcare for the day and after school, are your people accredited as childcare providers in both facilities?
Yes, both of our employees at Plamondon and Wandering River have a minimum of a level 2. We do have a level 3 in Wandering River as well. We have a level 3 in Plamondon. Our level 3 in Plamondon is a casual employee. And we actually are looking at also getting licensing in place in Plamondon to help out those families that need it for subsidy reasons. So that is why we are looking at getting the licensing in Plamondon. We do, like, there is always quite a few children that would like to come, that need to come. Unfortunately, some parents are not able to afford it. So that is why we are looking at trying to get the licensing. Unfortunately, it is a little bit of a wait to get licensing now due to the backlog, but it is in the process. And we just, with the pricing, we felt that charging $10 a child for 3 hours potentially, and we are flexible. If parents aren't able to be there by 5:30, we're able to stay open a little longer for parents, like depending how it works with parents. We are flexible on that in Plamondon and in Wandering River, as well as in the summer. Some parents were needing to drop off at 8 a.m. So we were making it very flexible for them, as long as our workers were able to accommodate as well, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We all know the value of your program and what you do, and definitely appreciate it on behalf of the communities. So thank you very much for your time.
Councillor Minns.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Sounds like to me like this is kind of like an after school care program, right? It's and in the summer, like after school care. I know my grandkids are involved in that too, where after school they go there until their parents get off work and then they go and pick them up and bring them back. So have you, and that's run through the daycare society here in Athabasca. Have you reached out to them with any information regarding that, or?
Yes, I have reached out to Boyle and Laklabish asking if they would take us under their umbrella. Unfortunately, neither of them were willing to do that at this time. It is a big commitment for them as well. and a large cost as well. So unfortunately, neither of the daycares were willing to do that for us.
Sorry, I'll speak in
go ahead.
here if I can for a moment. We have veered that it is partial childcare as well as before it was labeled as a full and drop-in center, but because we have now have to implement a fee to operate a program, we cannot be labeled as a drop-in center. I myself, speaking on my end as a parent, I use the program as an activity for my children. I do not need the program as childcare, but I am willing to put the fees out there so my children have something to do in a community where there is absolutely nothing else to do. Unfortunately, like you say, if we could actually develop our program even more, we can have it operating that our sports and everything can be brought back into this community instead of us traveling. I do a lot of traveling coming here to Athabasca myself for having my kids participate in activities that are cost effective that come into this community as well as traveling to Lac La Biche. So having this kids program is just another source outside of the school system that these kids are able to go and play and associate with their friends in the community after a day of school.
Councillor Vince, did you have Councillor Anderson, then Chumsik?
Thank you. Do you have statistics for the utilization of each of the Wandering River and Plamondon centers?
We do. I can provide that at a further point. I did not bring that with me today, but we do have numbers that can show that how the facility is being used.
Any follow-up? Councillor Chumsik, the floor is yours.
I was just wondering, like with some of the programming, because this is more of a program-based program. Out of curiosity, like any of it in Wandering River, Plamondon, there is extracurricular soccer clubs, so on and so forth. Are you guys still all coming back to Grassland when we do run?
Plamondon being a larger community does have some assets like that, that they do have.
We have baseball.
Only baseball now.
As for Wandering River, there is no such program as that. There is no baseball, there's no soccer, there is no hockey, there is nothing.
Boys and Girls Club, was it?
Nothing.
If we want to put any of our kids in any sports or anything after school, we either have to go to Lac La Biche or Athabasca. We have absolutely
a lot
no
of our
choice.
communities.
We did have our kids in soccer for a little bit, but then they coincided with some of the basketball season that Bold was putting on and stuff like that. So it's a toss up of what our kids want to go into and what we're going to do. The reason that this program is needed so bad in Wandering River is there's kids there that just want to do stuff. The kids want to play. They want to see each other. They go to school. They do their things at school. Yes, it's not even the same kids that are same friends in school when they get to that playgroup.
We would also
we use it. Myself and my wife use it. My wife is a teacher. She's a principal in Wandering River School. She sees her kids 24/7. So when it's time to have a break, our kids go, and it's helps my kids. It helps my wife because you can't be with them 24/7. They do need to have other people that they communicate with, and that's the problem. We lose this, and the writing is on the wall. Me and Pam were talking about it today. It's like we're counting pennies to figure out how we're going to get through the end of the year till our next fund that we just worked our butts off to go and get a community together to go and put a casino together. And we're sitting here trying to figure out, it's like, okay, are we gonna throw some money in here to keep it running before it dies? And we're sitting at that right now. So that's why we're here today, is to try to convince you guys that this is a needed program. I understand that there's a lot of conflict that people are talking because Plamondon and Wandering River, we have two different counties there. Yes, the problem that we have is our county of Athabasca is very slim on what we can get out of them to help us. Lac La Biche, their youth society is in the arena in Plamondon. It is a Lac La Biche building, Lac La Biche rent-free, water, sewer, power, the whole 9 yards is paid. Telephone is all paid by the Lac La Biche County. That's why you're gonna ask for delegation of where this money is going. If it wasn't for Lac-La-Biche County right now, we wouldn't be. That's how much money that we've been relying on the Lac-La-Biche side to help us with. And that's why we come to you guys to say, we don't expect hands and fists full of money, we just expect some help.
Yep, I think we hear that you definitely need some help. Final question to Councillor Chamzak or follow-up and then.
No, I just want to say, I commend you guys for coming out with the advocacy, many of our outlying areas face the same issues with finding program and and I appreciate that you guys come out and do the good work with your volunteer efforts as well.
We want to keep this program running to keep the kids off the street, to keep the kids from doing bad stuff, and to have a source for them to come and do crafts and see their friends and not be on the streets causing trouble. And that is our biggest mission with this organization.
So I'm gonna give the floor to Councillor Gerlich, just kind of watching the clock, but also, and then when he's got a question, I wanted to just follow up and kind of conclude with, do you have a specific ask? But we'll let Councillor Gerlich go first.
Okay, thank you. I have 3 quick questions.
Three.
You're offering the program 3 days a week. What happens on the other 2 days?
We operate Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. On Mondays and Fridays, we do not, because if you follow the school calendar, a lot of those days are holidays throughout. And we find that time people are doing their own family stuff and.
There is off school Friday, Thursday.
Oh, yeah, we do operate on like days that, extra days if we have to, right? So like on an off school Friday that we do operate sometime the full day program. But if it's at like a stat holiday, so forth, like I said, a lot are reflected back that that's their family time because all the parents are home. All the parents are then doing their own stuff. But if it's a actual just, how would you say, a PA day?
PD day.
So if it's a PD day where the teachers are stuck in school still and people are, it's not a holiday, we do offer it. If we have a sign up and there's enough people that sign up like for their children to be there, then we weren't having it open all day. If one person needs the childcare for the day, it's like, how do we do it? Like, we can't even afford to open the doors for that. So we have to have a sign up on that day. And we posted on our Facebook saying that we have a possibility of this day opening. Is anybody wanting to go? And we're probably 50-50 on when it is. It depends on when it falls and what's going on in the area, that whether the kids get sent or not.
And I asked is it's 5 days in Command and 3 days. And the second question was, is there any other use of this facility other than, are you sharing use of the facility with anyone else?
No, for Wandering River, no, it is completely operated as a kids program. And Plamondon, yes, correct?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
They do use the facility twice a year in Plamondon for a hockey event. So one weekend in November, we can't use it on a Friday, and one weekend in March, we're not able to use it on a Friday. But otherwise, it is solely for the Boys and Girls Club.
okay. And the last question is, what is the actual funding that you're receiving from the county now? What is the level of funding?
At this point, nothing. No.
From Athabasca County?
Yeah.
So currently, we are not receiving anything from Athabasca County. We have just recently applied for another 20,000 from Lac-La-Biche County. Previous years, it has been 15,000 from Lac-La-Biche County, and they just upped that to 20,000 this year. And we should receive our funding from that in mid-December, we're hoping. Mid-December, it'll be for the 2024 year is what we would get the funding for.
Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, do you have a specific ask that you were hoping, like, we need X, or is it can you look at how the policies apply and what might be available to us to keep the program going?
As a specific, we don't have like an exact amount. It would be nice to see that we could have that building functioning and operating. It is an Athabasca County building. It would be nice that if they were covering the water cost of the facility, the electricity, maintenance of the building. As of right now, there could be health standard regulations that we need maintenance done, like our flooring is a hazard in that building, and yet we can't fix it because we don't have the funding to be able to put out that amount of money to fix the flooring in this building. Minimal things like that. So like our heating, our water, the electricity, that would be the ideal aspect. That would save us a lot of money to be able to operate this program.
Thank you.
We also pay a large amount to insurance in Wandering River because it is stated as a building that we need to fully insure. So our insurance is quite high in Wandering River compared to Plamondon, only because we're not having to pay those insurance premiums in Plamondon.
So I think the recommendation that will come back to council later in the meeting is that we refer this to the grant discussion that's coming up. In the in-between time, and I apologize for not having gone and read this last night to make sure I had it top of mind, but there is a policy called grants to groups that's relatively new, that there may be some areas in there that would fit in terms of just the existing grant funding that we allocate.
I will definitely look at your grants this evening as soon as I'm home. Thank you for that.
Okay, so thank you for coming down. It's hard. We can't all live everywhere, and it's an excellent opportunity for us to find out a little bit more about the great things that are occurring in your community, and the work you do and the need, and so appreciate you making the time. I know being here in the middle of the day is not always convenient, but I'm glad you came down to talk to us. So thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Chair, just to follow up, you are going to provide numbers for each facility, I believe that will be forthcoming.
They've got that.
Okay, thank you.
So we will take 2 minutes, council, while we switch delegations, because the next delegation is almost certainly waiting, and so don't go far. You didn't have a question, I was hoping, so I'm sorry I didn't come to you. Do you want to ask you had outlined some for the next delegation. Do you want to speak to those, or do you want someone else to do it?
To be honest with you, my voice is really gone. Throat's very sore. So if you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate it.
We will do that. Yep. And if you want to catch my attention, put that little hand thing up, and I'll try to watch for that too. Or potentially you can send the chat to whoever answers the chat at the other end of the Zoom.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
you work with the presentation. Okay, it is 38 minutes after 11. Want to reconvene the council meeting of November 14th. We have a delegation from Aspen View Public Schools and want to welcome you to our meeting today. At our council, a normal course of action is we'll take a moment, introduce the people in the room, and then when it comes to you, the floor becomes yours, and you can go on with the presentation, and then we'll talk afterward. We normally have some time constraints, but I think that's kind of less of a concern for council, is my understanding today. So beginning on my left, we have our CAO, Mr. Bob Beck. I think you've all met. Recording Secretary, Ms. Blair. Communications Coordinator, Mr. Schenkelberg. On Zoom, who you can see in a very tiny square, is Councillor Holland. And Councillor Mins, the floor is yours.
Rob Mins, Division 8, Baptiste Lake Island Liquor.
Hello, everyone. Division 7, Kelly Chamsic, Grassland, Atmore areas.
Good morning, Camille Wallach, Division 9, north of the river.
Morning, Ashton Anderson. I reside in Division 3, which is Caslin Boyle area.
Good morning, Natasha Kaptaniak, Division 2, Collington, Minnook, and New Pine Creek.
Good morning, Joe Gerlach, elected in Division 1, gateway to the county of Athabasca.
And good morning, Gary Cromwell, the far northeast, Wandering River, Brainap, Blue Jay area. So I have partial U and partial northern lights. And so most beautiful area of the county out there.
And because of the Councillor Holland being away in the live stream, of course, we use the microphones just so that everybody can hear. Councillor Cromwell, is that one that's empty there? Are you able to kind of set that near or the vice chair? Okay. The floor is yours. Thank you. Welcome, and glad you're here.
Great. Well, thank you for having us. It's been a while since Aspen View has been able to meet with the county, and we sure appreciate being accepted as a delegation today. My name is Candy Nicopilo. I am the current board chair. My ward is the Boyle Grassland ward, so it kind of comprises Mrs. Chamzik's area. I will let everybody else do their own introductions. Go ahead.
My name is Annie Kurzmarchik. I'm one of the trustees for the Athabasca area and your current vice chair.
And I'm Dennis McNeil. I'm also a trustee for Aspen View North Central. And it's great to see you all this morning.
My name is Constantine Castrinos. I'm the new superintendent of schools.
And my apologies, Miss Anderson. I also represent your ward as well. So thank you for having us. So I understand that you each have your package in your agenda today, but we are going to go through the slide a little bit, and we will start with Mr. Castrinos just introducing what we would like to present today.
Is it okay if I stand? Like, I just feel like it would be a bit more natural for me to.
Absolutely, and we'll hope that everybody can hear. Maybe if the CAO.
I will use my teacher voice, and I'm sure that people will be able to hear me.
CAO. Pop your mic on too. There we go.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you again for this opportunity. It's really great to be with you today. The reason we wanted to come and join you and talk to you is because the topic of partnerships and municipal partnerships tremendously important to the success of students, but also to greater municipalities. And we think that having that ability to work together and that ability to find opportunities and inroads to work together, see how it is that each of our work influences the others, I think is an opportunity we have to take and one that we have to embrace. So I know that I'm new, so forgive me if I make missteps that way. I'm only a couple months into my position, but at the same time, I'm quickly realizing by spending time in many different schools and really in all parts of your influencing communities, that I'm realizing the importance of rural education, about schools in our smallest of towns and smallest of hamlets and villages, and how important they are. So we'll speak to a little bit today, and what I wanted to do is provide some information on behalf of the board. What is it that we do in certain schools? How is it that we support students? and what are some of those opportunities and inroads. So a little bit about our board. This is a more full picture of everyone that could be here today. Are we just gonna ignore that? Okay,
You can ignore that. He's just going to adjust the camera.
One of the main things though, and one of the biggest pieces for us is about ensuring rural sustainability of schools. And really that's a universal theme. I'm sure it's something that as council you address all the time in different ways, whether it's concerning housing, whether it's concerning business and business development, any of those pieces. For us, it's specific to schools. Sorry, it's not working. All right, that's all right. Get out of my presentation. All right, so so again, education for truth and reconciliation, high school success, literacy and numeracy. These are the main foci, if you will, of our school division and of our board. Trying to give students and giving students the greatest of opportunities to engage in all of these pieces in every school, regardless of where they are. Are you clicking or am I clicking? You're good. Okay, good, thank you. So a little bit of an overview, and we'll start right here in Athabasca with Whispering Hills. You might not be able to see that because of the pop-ups, but you do have it in your packages in terms of enrollment and staff. One thing I did want to point out here, and what I will point out on every slide, is the ratio between teachers and support staff. That is really an important piece because when it comes to supporting students, we want to make sure that we provide wraparound service for all students, and that's critically important. Not every child, as you know, enters school in the same way. Not every child enters school with the same level, if you will, of care in some cases, or the same level of exposure to early literacy or early numeracy. So we do our best to provide as much support as we can. I've never seen this, and I've been part of 3 different school divisions, one that is one of the largest in the province, and another one that's a more comparable size to Aspen Views. But this, the idea of support staff in many cases outnumbering teaching staff. So there is no complaint there around the ideas of, teachers just don't have enough support to help and provide those extra pieces to our students. As we do. And one piece that we do that I've noticed right away in terms of partnering with the county is around FCSS, the FCSS partnership, and the supports that are provided for mental health and safety of kids within our school and for family supports. That is an invaluable partnership, and it's something that we look to and that we do lean on and work with within our schools. It opens the door for many other conversations, as you see up here, things like having grab and go breakfasts for kids and being able to lean on other grants to support kids around nutrition, for instance. Okay. So you're going to see a theme, and the theme in the slides is that we do much of this at all of our schools. And I think that ability to create a consistency and a model of consistency, regardless of where we are, regardless of the school, and that's a goal, right? Moving into Edwin Parr, of course, Edwin Parr School is our largest. There's 749 students there this year, and 39 teachers, 18 support staff in this case. As students move into high school and secondary school, I'm a secondary educator. I started by teaching high school English. So as kids move into junior high and high school, and especially high school, the curriculum is put together differently. It's much more streamed as to students' successes and kind of almost like prior prerequisites. Whereas, as you saw with Whispering Hills, when kids come into elementary, they're all in the same classroom, and as educators, we're really trying to figure out where all the students are, provide supports, right, wrap around. So, but again, when it comes to FCSS and the partnership around mental health, and when it comes to certain programming, whether it's like construction, whether it's like the extracurricular pieces, kids get a full array of that at EPC.
Sorry, Constantine, just to confirm, FCSS does serve all of our county schools.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Just to confirm.
Yeah. And so the other here we have the Center for Alternative Education. The acronym is the CAVE. This is for students who, in many cases, and this is a very common thing, may not fit into the everyday rigor of what school looks like. They would like a delivery model that's somewhat different. They'd like to work at their own pace. They would like to, maybe they have familial obligations or working obligations that's making it more difficult for them, or other challenges. And sometimes it could be around mental health. It could be around other things. So they require a different approach. And so our principal, Sean Morrison, there would support our students who are looking to enroll in that type of program. Okay. Where are we here? Sorry, the spoil. Yeah, it is. So we have about 244 students in Boyle School, K-12 plus a Great Beginnings program. For those of you that don't know, Great Beginnings is just exactly that. It's targeted toward kids who are about 3 years of age, 3 and 4 years of age, and it just looks to provide a start for those students around literacy, numeracy, socialization, and social skills, and just kind of getting them ready for those first days of kindergarten and schooling, if it is at age 6. But again, FCSS partnership, provincial nutrition grants and support, morning snacks program. There's so much research out there that suggests that if students come to school and they're hungry, or if students are coming to school and they don't have a lunch, or they don't have access to proper nutrition, learning is not a fundamental hierarchical need like in Bloom's taxonomy, right? Like if you're not getting food and you're not getting shelter, then how are you supposed to learn? So again, those partnerships, those grants we're accessing are going to doing just that in our school. Grassland, right? Okay, so in Grassland, we have an enrollment of about 50 students, 6 teachers, 5 support staff. Again, the FCSS pieces there, the provincial nutrition grants, the snack program pieces. Something you'll notice about Grassland here in the top left, there's some construction. It looks like it's happening. Beautiful outdoor learning space, and this is something that we're seeing more and more of in school divisions around the province. I had a chance, I've seen it a few times now, but when I was at the Meet the Teacher night, which was my first opportunity, great barbecue that Principal Erla had there. I had a double cheeseburger that night. I had a chance to have a look at this space and how great it is, because you know what? I remember even as an English teacher taking students outside to learn some Romeo and Juliet, some Shakespeare, and give them a different perspective. Sometimes getting them into nature, getting them outside of the desks and rows in the traditional kind of classroom. It's great, and it helps to inspire and access kids and the way that their brains function in a different way. So really great, and it was great to see the community come together and provide not only labor around that, but supplies and other pieces. And it's a space that community and school community will use.
I just wanted to add, Constantine, so every one of our schools has a fundraising organization that supports the school to fundraise for those things that are not funded through Alberta Education. So Kelly there, I guess, is representing her fundraising group, which built a greenhouse, which built the outdoor classroom. So, but to be clear, every one of our schools has amazing fundraising groups. Most of them have casinos, I believe. I think all of them do have a casino, and as well do other fundraising efforts, and from playgrounds to all that extra stuff that the school that we aren't taking out of the classroom to try to provide for the schools. All of our communities are full of extremely excellent volunteers.
Yeah, and just to point your attention here to the bottom left of the screen where you see the TP, it's a little bit obscured, but in your presentation it's not. We engaged Elder Philip Campion starting a couple years back to work with all of our schools and to help all of our schools build their own teepees. And so everything from like the wood and the lodgings to picking the proper cover and thinking about what to put on those covers and so on. It again fits directly into the TQS and the curricular outcomes around Indigenous education and how it is that we're making the teachings of Indigenous education natural pieces of the curriculum and how we deliver curriculum in schools. So it's just another opportunity, another learning space for students, right? Because they're just learning in a different way, but a very valid way. So that's just an example there of that. Rochester. So Rochester School, we have 38 students, K to 9, 4 teachers, 4 support staff. Again, FCSS support. We have breakfast and lunch programs that are supported there as well. And Rochester is our smallest school. A 5-year enrollment trend for Aspen View as a whole. We'll see that in 2021, and this would have been on the back end of our time in COVID and those lockdowns, where we had our lowest number of 2491, and from which we've recovered to 2625. Okay. And looking at Athabasca over a 10-year, Athabasca proper over a 10-year trend, we can see again 2021 we had that kind of like low point of view, but now we've recovered up to 1330. We're headed up in that direction again. Boyle, I've broken them down here for you. The 10-year trend is that we're at 244 now, off of the low of 219 back in 2017. And then Grassland and Rochester, which are the 2 smallest that we would have here as part of Athabasca County, we're at 50 and 38 respectively. And this is a 10-year trend that you're looking at. Critical, any comments you'd like to make, or any of the Trustee McNeil or Marsha? Okay. So how can we help each other, and what is it that we could do in terms of municipal partnerships and working together? So I'm new to the community. Full disclosure, one of the biggest challenges that I had was finding a place to rent initially. That was a big challenge for me, and that's something that took quite some time, and then also comparatively in terms of that attracting families, retaining and attracting staff. That's always a concern for us. We have openings in schools, for instance, at Edwin Parr, which is our largest, if you will, school, and has so many different programs, let's say, but it's difficult to attract teachers. One of the big issues around it has to do with affordable and viable housing. Okay. And so that's one thing. I know it's also a greater concern as it extends and sometimes into the healthcare community and attracting a doctor or nurses or other individuals, professionals who might want to come to the community and call this home. So together, I mean, that's something that we can have conversations about it. How could we support each other around that?
I just wanted to talk about the unfilled teacher positions.
Sure.
So as Constantine alluded to, we do, even in the larger town of Athabasca, since the beginning of the year, we have some unfilled teaching positions, which has become quite a challenge in our schools to have to fill in these positions. So then you are obviously taking away from other classes because we have teachers that are filling multiple roles and multiple hats. So I think Aspen View, just to show what I guess we are trying to do, we have been attending job fairs in be after Christmas, February-ish.
Yeah, we started
at colleges and universities.
Yeah, King's, Concordia, Grand McEwen, the University of Alberta. Some other things that we're doing right now that are unique and not really common, is we're incentivizing some of these job opportunities outside of the collective agreement contracts and start dates, and offering for families things like, you know, a moving allowance. If you're willing to come to Athabasca, like here's a small moving allowance for you, or a small signing bonus as a way to create, you know, because there's so much competition out there for work right now, and you know, job postings are plentiful, and people are able to kind of pick and choose a little bit, especially around teaching. Because over the last few years, it's no secret, over the last few years since COVID, we've seen a decline in people in the teaching profession in terms of giving up full-time continuous teaching contracts and walking away from these careers to do something else. And that's not necessarily being filled. Like, it's not being, you know, we're not seeing a new population that's larger coming in of teaching professionals to say we're going to snap up. And it's really the most evident in rural communities, because it gets more and more difficult to get young graduates to come to rural communities. So that's one thing that, you know, we hope we could work together with the county.
And this is not a problem that's just specific to
No.
rural Alberta. It's right across the province right now. And so the Public School Boards Association, for example, is advocating very strongly for more teachers to go into more people to go into the teaching profession, but to incentivize that so that there's some sort of a break for kids, some sort of an incentive for them to go into the education field, and whether that be, you know, some sort of a grant or forgiveness of loans or whatever. But it's not just teachers, it's occupational therapists, speech language pathologists, psychologists, counselors. All of those are needed in our schools, and it's provincial. It's a provincial issue that needs to be addressed. And so every time we have a meeting with the minister, we talk about those issues, as well as the cross-ministry piece, the wraparound piece, the collaboration between mental health, children's services, and education. The Ministry of a Child, for example, would be one of the things that we'd be strongly promoting and pushing for. So those, it's not just rural Alberta, it's all of Alberta. So it's competing with the rest of the boards across the province for educators.
So that's the key point. And here's where I'll just use some of my previous experience to flesh this out a little bit. So I was previously employed with Edmonton Public School Board. So the Edmonton Public School Board never had an issue with attracting new teachers, because every graduate that came out of, let's say, the University of Alberta or Grant MacEwan or Concordia, that's where they would send probably their first application. But they received so many that even their ability to get through them and then move people just onto a sub list, let's say, or whatever, it would take a very long time for all that to happen. So would new graduates who really are passionate about their education and wanting to get into their career would say, like, well, you know, I'll go to Athabasca, because Athabasca is an hour and 35 minutes from Edmonton. My family's nearby. It seems like, you know, it's got a great riverfront. Let's sell it right now. It's a beautiful place, right? Lots to do. That's not happening now, because Edmonton Public is seeing a pullback in how many people are applying. And so now they're getting deeper into those lists, deeper and deeper. Not as many people are getting onto a sub list because they need them in temporary or in full-time positions or probationary positions right away. Or they need, their sub lists have been decimated by retirements and other things, because that the age grouping of teachers, believe it or not, is top heavy from 50 and even 55 in many cases and higher. So there hasn't been that backfill. It's happening at Edmonton Public, but it's not trickling out like it used to, let's say, to rural communities where talent would come up.
I just wanted to say, when Aspen View does go out to these job fairs, I believe it's a couple teachers.
Yeah.
Maybe one administrator and a teacher that would normally go to the job fair, and they set up a table, a booth, and it's all about promoting our region, our communities. So they bring lots of literature based on what our communities have to offer. We're selling the entire region, not just our school division.
That's right.
So I think that's a really important piece. Another thing I wanted to point out after Dennis spoke, I'm not sure if all of council knows, but Dennis, when he talks about meeting with ministers and such, Dennis is our president of our Public School Boards Association of Alberta. So we are very fortunate that he holds that very key position, and he is a trustee on our board. We are no doubt benefited by his leadership in that role. So thank you so much, Dennis, for serving that. But I just wanted, in case you guys didn't know, that he is in that
So,
excellent position.
so the topic of like co-advocacy, how we can both work together to advocate for the things that matter, I think is a really important topic. You know, how can we work together to advocate to provincial government and to other levels of government that, hey, this isn't just about the county, or it's not just about the school division, it's about strengthening the entire community by doing both. And I think that that's an opportunity for us going forward to work together and how we could, you know, stand shoulder to shoulder around some advocacy to provincial government, let's say.
So, oh, sorry, you got.
I just wanted to say we recently participated in a meeting with RMA and AppMuni as well. And just talking with them and promoting the collaborations as we are a stakeholder with them and collaborating going forward for any movements or ideas, just to ensure that you know, they talk to Alberta School Boards Association and the Public School Boards Association, because your community members are our students are your community members. So it's only in our best interest to work together. So just going forward, you know, it's us looking after each other.
So recently, 2 weeks ago, we were able to have a private meeting with our new education minister, establish our relationship with him, express our concerns about rural Alberta and how we are faced with a number of issues, and the topic of rural sustainability is very important to us. And it was a good dialogue that we had with him. So establishing that relationship is very, very important with a new minister.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest pieces for us, and it's been alluded to, is if we have people who are interested in becoming teachers and stepping into these positions, what does that look like? What does that process look like? Right now, it's a very long process. It's not quick. Even if you get teachers coming from other countries as new immigrants to Canada who want to settle into and they have, you know, degrees, and they have how long it takes to have those things reprocessed, if you will, by Alberta standards. It takes quite a long time. And our minister sounds dedicated to trying to find ways, not just for education, but also for healthcare, which is another area, and also for the trades, which is a big focus in business, to say, hey, you know what? Maybe it shouldn't take 2 years for someone to bridge from a trades program to an education program. Maybe we could rework what that looks like and provide that service in the schools. Because you know what? Having a welding teacher is a really big deal. And it's amazing, because then how do we inspire the youth of tomorrow to get into trades like that? Usually they look at mentors within their schools to do that, right? And that's in many ways their first exposure to that kind of a profession. So that kind of brings us to the end of the presentation.
Thank you for sharing all of that. And I think, you know, as you've said, the ability to work together on common concerns is important. If we approach the province with a united voice, we're obviously going to get a lot farther. And we see that in the region where, you know, our council has done a lot of work with our neighboring municipalities, both inside the boundaries and adjacent. So I think council has probably a few questions they want to, you know, bring up, but I had just looking through your presentation, your student to teacher ratios look like they would be the envy of most divisions. Like there's not one over 20 and lots of them below 15. So it looks like you're covered on that front, but so that looks really good. Yesterday I had the chance to drive by the H.A. Kostash School, which certainly deserves compliments on the beauty of the building. It's you know, very different in style and design than Edwin Parr, and I know there's a habit for, you know, boards and councils and everybody to want to put their stamp on it with their own brilliant architecture and hire somebody new. But do you think that we're well served as a province by this approach across schools where everyone is unique to its space versus kind of the more Lougheed era approach where hospitals, for example, there was one or two designs that worked for everybody, that were repeatable, budgetable, you could work out the kinks.
And if I may jump in on that, Brian, you're absolutely right. I think HA Costash is probably the last school that we're going to see where we're going to have that kind of input into building schools. I think the writing on the wall is there. I think the ministry is very much looking at a cookie cutter approach to schools. If it's
Standardized.
300 kids, I'm going to open this drawer. This is the school that you're going to get. We were very fortunate to have that kind of input both in EPC and HAK, and I think that's a real tribute to the leadership at the time. No reflection on you, Constantine, because you weren't here for that, but I think that's what we're going to see. One of the major things is like right now across the province, we're seeing a huge influx of numbers, not so much in the rural Alberta, but especially in Calgary and Edmonton. And so when the announcement for 2 years ago, what Adriana LaGrange announced 17 brand new schools across the province, Calgary could have used all 17 of those schools. Unfortunately, not all 17 of those schools were public schools. They were considered public charter schools, public Catholic schools, and public Francophone schools. Only public schools have to educate and accept and provide programming for every single student that comes through their door. We've seen across this province where a family of 5, 3 kids would be attending a Catholic school and 2 a public school, because the Catholic school cannot provide programming for those kids. How is that public? So that's the battle that we fight. So
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, because I have some experience with this, like during my time with Edmonton Public, when I was in their planning and programs and infrastructure department, we had to put together and go through this process of engagement for about 13 schools over 2 years that were new at that time that opened. And what I can say is that was the last. They kind of moved away after that to the more of like the independent styling of schools, but that was on the older P3 model, if we remember, where it would be a combination or a partnership with a business initiative or the government. It would be a joint project, and they were very much as you described, Mr. Hall, the idea of if you're looking for a K-9 1100 student model, this is what it would look like. If you needed portables in the future, this is where they would go. And it was very much a standardized way of approaching, and they would have starter schools like K-3 schools. They would have K-6 schools. No, actually, they did not offer K-6 schools. They offered K-3 schools and then K-9s. And then also 9 through 12. So those were the models.
And I mean, for me, the question comes up partly because our council has spent a lot of time talking about life cycle planning and asset management and how we can, there's coming back from RMA, there's clearly a very deep need across the province for infrastructure investments, and finding the ways to be efficient is important. I'm going to offer colleagues questions. Mr. Gerlich. Councilor Gerlich.
Yeah, with FCSS, I forget what they call the program, but they have mentors, the two mentors to go in and work with students. And they're filled right up. There is a need for more. And especially when we discussed that there's a need, there are 2 females in there right now, and there's a need for a male, to kind of offset that. And I'm kind of pushing here. I think the county should maybe pony up a little bit and help with maybe some extra dollars to try and get a 3rd person in that.
I'm in favor.
I think it's no, but I just think it's an absolutely necessary program that they're doing, and it's so successful. And if it was bigger, it would be even more successful.
So our family school liaison
Yeah.
counselors, I mean, and you're right. The workload they have is tremendous. And guess what? In the previous school division that was in, they were tremendous as well. The workloads were great. So finding part of the challenge is finding qualified people and people who are dedicated to take those positions and step in, especially in rural communities. That is a challenge. But I think we are looking at, and the government has been releasing some grants, and this is the way that they're going about it now, right? They don't dedicate money, but they'll say, hey, there's a grant here. If you want to apply for it, you can. And for instance, last year we applied for a mental health grant, which we were able to secure.
And it's usually project-based,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, and it's project-based and time sensitive, like it needs to be done, let's say, in 2 or 3 years and accounted for. But the need that we've seen as educators post 2020, like after 2020 and with COVID. So I think that families, and I'm not just talking about students, like I want to be really clear here, this isn't just about students, because the challenges and the supports that we have to provide to parents on a daily basis, parents who are struggling with regulating their behaviors or how they deal with their kids at home, and the supports that then come into the school, because the issues that parents have don't stop when the child crosses the boundary of the front door of the house and gets on the school bus and comes to school. So we're finding ways to support parents as well, you know, and so that's why that workload just seems to be expanding more and more, because the role, that mandate of teachers and of schools is expanding as well. So.
And once they're dealing with students, they can't just drop them and move on to the new students that are having the needs. So it's ongoing, and they have to kind of go through the program and complete it and be ready to come off it before you can bring somebody new on, because they only can handle a certain size caseload. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wallach, and then followed Councillors Cromwell and Chenzik.
Superintendent, going back to your comment about trades and lack of teachers even in the area. We talk a lot when we were looking at economic development and sustainability about rural returns to rural. It's my understanding that the RAP program is back. Can you guys elaborate on how many students are involved, how they get involved, and then how do you engage local employers to participate in the program?
Sure. So it's a great question, and it's a great question because I prepared for this one. So we had 256 credits come out of our RAP program last year, which is quite an accomplishment. And yeah,
how many students does that equate to?
That equates to 60. No, yeah, sorry. Yeah, well, they're not all like 5 credits in most cases, but it's about 60 students. So of course, you know, that's something we want to redouble our efforts into. Like, you know, it's not that we're saying that's enough, if you will. What we are saying, though, is that we're seeing students getting re-engaged with that. So it's almost like that someone turned a tap off for a while because of the circumstances we were in terms of society with COVID. But now kids, families, communities are saying, we kind of want to return to, you know, yeah, and getting the opportunities to get out into the community with employers. So students who are interested would approach their central quarterback for RAP within the school. So at EPC, there's a designated person that's in charge of that. They could actually approach their principal or any administrator, show an interest in that. And yeah, Boyle does this as well. And then what happens is that coordinator finds matches for students within the community, within the business community. So they reach out as per contacts, you know, historical contacts, or trying new contacts. So they approach new businesses around that as well. Something else that we're going to be revisiting, and you know, it's a conversation that I think is a bit of an obvious one, is just with our post-secondary institutions that are around us, and what kind of dual credit opportunities we could get with them as well, which is a little different than RAP in the trades, but also provides like an inroad for students into things like nursing, or, you know, counseling careers, or other things that could be offered through post-secondary dual credit programs. Teaching, yeah.
Thank you.
A follow-up. You said the students have to approach. Do you guys do any advertising for these programs?
Outward bound.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So branding and the idea of promoting and branding is something that we're reviewing.
Sorry, just to specify, do you guys educate the students on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, when we have like programming, open house, course changes, course choice type of events as students are coming in. It's something that the school, the principal and staff members talk about. But what I was talking about too was the idea that we want to recommit as a school division to branding and promoting externally outside of the school boundaries and into the community, because the other piece of it is around having the partnership from the business side. So sometimes businesses aren't aware that, what is RAP and how does it exist and but if they knew that they had grade 12, let's say students who are interested in being a heavy duty mechanic or, something to involve with like oil field or pipeline, they would be active too. So we're looking at creating a little branding campaign for that.
Thank you. I think it's pretty amazing, the idea that, you could have students finish up grade 12 and leave with a couple of credits that are either university bound or trade school bound or, entryway into nursing. And I think even Principal Maybe has talked about some things that occurred I've talked to her about things that occurred in a prior school that she was at around the nursing program there. And certainly there's need. Councillor Cromwell, you're on deck.
Well, fortunately, I don't have a hard question for you. I'm actually going to congratulate you. I'm looking at your numbers for Grassland and Rochester, for example. And what I want to explain how lucky your school board actually is to have 38 students currently in Rochester with 4 teachers and 4 support staff. That is phenomenal. I know that in Northern Lights, we're doing with far less for students, far less for faculty. For example, last school year, we had approximately 25 students in Wandering River with 1 faculty member. And our principal was our K-6 teacher with 1 to 2 support staff, depending on the day.
Talk about a one-room schoolhouse.
So the fact that you guys are running such full, in my opinion, full schools is amazing for your outlying communities, and how important that is to continue such an amazing program for those little towns. I just love it.
So just to respond and with all due respect to any of the other school boards around us, because everybody has their challenges, right? And I can't speak to that. But what I can say is that our board's dedication has been to putting dollars where they matter most, which is in front of students. And that is evident by the numbers, that whether it's support or whether it's teaching FTE, having them as close to the students as possible, and so that they could have the greatest impact. And there's an educational philosopher out there named John Hattie who says that if you're going to make an impact and improve achievement and results or hope to move them in the right direction, that those resources need to be as close to kids as possible. So
I had one more comment that I just wanted to make before we get any other questions, but one thing we forgot, I guess, to put in our slides is that we also serve 3 Hutterite colonies within the county. So there's 2 obviously within Athabasca area and 1 at the Boyle area. As well, we have 2 more, 1 in Smoky Lake and 1 that is being established in the Thorhild area. So we are well served by our Hutterite colonies. I believe New Pine Colony in the Boyle area would be the one that has the most students. I believe there's 21 this year, with that number rising as well. So very strong numbers. I know they are very good county members of this county of Athabasca.
Councillor Chemzik.
Just want to say, I've always, as a parent, always really appreciated the collaboration between the county and Aspen View schools, especially when it comes to our family liaison workers, because as noted, they do great work. And as you guys know, the employment demographics of some of our small outlining areas fluctuate from year to year, and which of course affects enrollment and those types of things. And in recent media reports that indicate the Aspen View schools is once again considering initializing the viability studies on a couple schools, Grassland and Rochester. I know Mr. Castrinos, you've spoke on the role of the division in building that community, things like initiatives, partnerships, and sustainability. Is there anything else that you can add to that?
Yeah, I mean, getting back to the initial point, I think of your question is, our board is just doing its due diligence. It made a pledge last year to review within a year. And so that's what's happening. We're going to as an administration, put together that information for our board, so they have all the information that they need. But it's just part of that due diligence process. I think in terms of the other piece of attracting, let's say, and retaining staff or promoting communities, I think we need to take the message outside of our community, if that makes sense. So what we're dedicated to, and Board Chair Nick Capello because referred to it just a little bit earlier, but starting just after the Christmas break, we're going to be heading to universities, heading to college campuses, and personally promoting our communities, and personally promoting our programming and our employment offerings. So that's something that we are doing to try and specifically, support specific communities. The other thing we're going to do which is something that not a lot of boards do, is we're going to take jobs with us. So so what I mean by that is when we go to recruit, we're going to have active jobs that we will be looking to match to people on that day. So it's almost like a little bit of a model of how international schools recruit. So if you know anything about that, like with international schools, you go to a fair, and when you go to a fair, you bring a resume, and there are active jobs that international schools are trying to fill, and they could offer you a job on that day. So these are just different things that we're trying.
I can name at least one teacher who you've recruited in that very method. So I've got Councillor Chamzik, Binns, and then Gerlich.
I just want to follow up, having gone through a viability study a couple of years ago. I've always really appreciated the collaboration and the board's efforts of having those honest conversations. The second thing I'd like to really note on is also being a part of parent council for many, many years. Always the really big support of Aspen View, supporting our parent councils with our initiatives, being able to support our teachers and building those programs, and having that availability and always having those conversations are vitally important to the health of our schools and rural communities.
So we're going to see school councils tonight in Smoky Lake, because that is a way for us I just use that as a tie-in to promote the event. Yes. We're meeting with all kind of school council leads, board members, myself. We're going to have some supper. We're going to hear about and kind of exchange some of those great things that are happening in each school, because I think sometimes we just don't know enough, right, about what happens. So it's a good way to get great ideas from other schools. So thank you.
Yeah, supper's involved. There might be more than Kelly Gold. Before I give the floor to Councillor Minns, earlier, the superintendent, you talked about this, behavior regulation, and something which connects to something else that I was thinking about earlier, related to screen time and kids and social media. And again, this is up in the news again recently. And so, I think the reports are that Canadian teens spend about half their waking time in front of screens. Excessive screen time, we know, is harmful to kids. It's linked to changes in behavior, aggression, impulsivity. And studies show that, if they're spending 8 to 9 hours a day in front of screens, I will admit, and I think the data shows that not all screen time is equal and not all of it is bad, but a lot of it does have really negative effects. And so my understanding is that social media is linked to longer lasting and increased problems in behavior among teens. And generally, the social media is linked to children and teens not developing the necessary cognitive controls to become mature decision makers. And I've read some other stuff about, talking about teens not really willing to partake in adult activities in the same level that they might have when some of you were younger and some of us. What do you believe the role of the division is in protecting children from those harms?
I know that a lot of these conversations do happen around the parent council table as well. We have talked actually last year with a student voice, and we talked to kids about their thoughts on social media, their access to media, their screen times. That was the grade 7 class. We also have, I believe in January, Saffron is coming to our division. Saffron is like what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a session that they're going to provide for parents to attend on social media, the effectiveness of it, because it doesn't just happen at school, right? It starts at home as well. But I know that, you know, a lot of our teachers do promote putting your phones down. There's places for phones to go. In the schools itself, the children will find, or students will find that, like, you know, for their streaming apps, let's say like Instagram or something like that, it's, what's the word I'm looking for? It's blocked. So they get frustrated because we don't provide like the free Wi-Fi for them to, you know, constantly be on those devices. But also, you know, some of those devices they use for competitions in class, like Kahoots and stuff like that. So there's that independence, but, definitely, I think it's communicated by teachers, it's communicated by parents at parent councils, you know, the importance of that, but it's providing just the supports for families and students and having those honest conversations. It begins at home, but still having those conversations with the students for sure.
So, yeah, and ultimately, obviously, you know, home plays a big role in it, but really there's no role, like the school doesn't have a division-wide philosophy, then it's kind of left to individual teachers and schools.
So this is a really important question, and I think it's a topic that's really tricky. In my principalship, my last principalship, I would say that part of the issue, and you know, we have stakeholders at all levels. We're stakeholders together in a cause. But as per the Ed Act, let's say, you know, the parents are our biggest stakeholder when it comes to the education of students. So sometimes, you know, policy or procedures that are put in at a school level, let's say, they need to, not sometimes, but they need to be also, I think, fostered in the home. And we need to have that partnership because, you know, I've been in a situation where as a principal, I've had to take a phone away from a student because it was being used inappropriately, let's say at school. But I've had a parent, you know, at the end of the day, come to see me. We have a meeting. I go to give the phone back to the parent and say, here you go. And the parent says to me, can you just hold on to that? Just lock it up in your desk for 2 weeks. And I'm like a little bit puzzled. If I get it, so-and-so might just grind me down and they'll get it back sooner. So my point is that we need that, like, on both sides to be steadfast to the things that you were talking about, Mr. Hall, around the damages that could be done with inappropriate cell use. Problem is sometimes as adults, and I'll just include myself because I'm not going to talk about anybody else. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm going to talk about myself, not even my wife here. So I like to scroll in the evenings on my phone. So if I'm scrolling on my phone in the evenings and I'm saying to my child who's 8, hey, grab that reading that you're supposed to be doing, that level literacy stuff that your teacher gave you. And his response is, but Daddy, I want to play my dinosaur game, or I want to do my, you know, it's much tougher. So it's about that united effort with parents to just say like, hey, let's try and model some of that.
And certainly phones permit us, you know, adults and kids to exclude ourselves from our community, right? Whether it's our family or people around us. And so, you know, yeah, it's a complicated issue. We have Councillor Minns and Councillor Gerlich with questions, and then I think we can continue the discussion, I mean, more casually over lunch, because I think you're going to join us and have lunch, and hopefully we can come back in here and do that. The tidbit that I read that I want to share, and then I'm going to give it to Councillor Minns. Research done at the London School of Economics in 2015 showed that in Britain, so it's a little bit older, but I mean, I don't think the results would be wildly different. The schools that introduced some form of mobile phone ban saw an improvement in student performance by an average of 6%. With provincial achievement tests coming, there's a win right there for you. Anyway, Councillor Minns.
I just want to go back to the RAP program again. I'm a very huge advocate of that RAP program due to the fact that with my background with Athabasca County, I worked with many RAP students at the public workshop and under the heavy duty mechanic apprenticeship. And I have 2 kids that went through the RAP program, and there's not a program out there that I don't think that is so huge that in 2 years they gain enough hours that when they do go to the apprenticeship, they have 15 to 2,000 hours already underneath their belt. It's huge. The kids find out if they actually if this is a type of work that they want to get into. I only seen actually one RAP student that went into it and said, okay, this is not my bag of, this is not my mix of done, hey, you know, and that's such a huge entry into adultship that all of a sudden you're not going to waste your time going into some apprenticeship you don't really want to go into. And I've always been a big proponent for it to get it back into Athabasca County because it's very important and looking at it in that way. I guess the other question I had is housing. Keep hearing housing. We can't get people because we don't have a house and there's no place to rent and all this other stuff. What's your thoughts on that? Like where, how is that ever going to be fixed? Like as a you know, as oh, I'm looking for the right words here right now, but how does this get fixed? Because we can't build houses for everybody.
No. So just as an example, when I was looking for housing in the summer, I would set up an appointment that someone had something, let's say online that I saw to go look for rental. And I would set an appointment and say, I'm coming to Athabasca tomorrow to see this. I'll meet you at 1 o'clock. And then I would text in the morning just to make sure we were still on. And they would say, no, it's rented. Sorry. And I'd be like, but I was coming up there to see it anyway from Edmonton. Sorry, it's a tight market. So conversely, if you know, if you talked about, let's say, Westlock or Lac La Biche, I could have found a furnished 1-bedroom apartment for about $800 with most of the utilities included. And so the biggest piece is like the small story walk-up apartment type of places. So I don't know if they're, you know, how could we introduce more of that into this area so it wasn't all like single family or fourplex type dwelling, right? Which is really the predominant type of real estate that's available. That's what I've noticed anyway.
Yeah, because I know it's a huge thing. We even look at, you know, I was really surprised to hear about the teachers, but I know with the doctors and the nurses and that and the recruitment on that end. I guess the other question I had is let's say you have a student that's going to take off from school in grade 12 and go into teaching, and is there any way of, have you guys looked at maybe saying, okay, we'll help you along your way as long as you come back and work for us for 5 years or 10 years? Is there?
We've discussed that, but I think what we're most proud of is when we look at our schools, the number of kids that I taught that are coming back and teaching in our system. Like, we're really, really proud of that. And that's, you know, that's one of the tough things. But I want to talk about what you're asking about with the housing piece, because education is more than just the building of you know, the building itself and having kids come in and we do the teaching. So just as an example, at the provincial level, we're looking at all of the mandate letters. We're looking at health, infrastructure, there's a number of different education, advanced education, and we're identifying those things that are directly impacting education. And so at the provincial level, what we're trying to do is set up meetings with all of those ministers so that we can get together and say, hey, come on, we need to have some collaboration between ministries. I always thought it was just as simple as, you know, Minister of Education walks across the hall and has a conversation with the Minister of Health and says, okay, you know what, we can collaborate on this, this, and this. That's not the case. And I'm quite sure why that is, but you know, it should be much simpler than it is.
Yeah.
It becomes a very complex issue. But I think it's important that we look at all of those ministries and advocate each one of them because they all have a direct impact on the education piece. I'd like to comment as well on the comment you made, Brian, around these things. And I had to use this thing to look up the book that I was looking at, and that was one by, it's called The Tech Solution by Dr. Shimi Kang. And it's wonderful to think that, you know what, in schools, we can just say, okay, put these aside and you're not going to be using them except maybe to do a little bit of research or whatever. What we're dealing with today. Okay. So in her book, she talks about what is it that changed life for human beings? What was the very first thing? And that was no, actually it was the invention of fire, the discovery of fire. That actually changed the physical, how human beings actually evolved. So now all of a sudden they could cook their food, they could destroy the bacteria in the food that, you know, through the cooking process. So that physically changed the structure of the human being. This is the second thing. When I see in the drugstore or the shopping mall where people are handing their phones to a 2-year-old while they're doing their shopping, what she talks about is the white matter that develops in the brain of those kids is not happening. And the white matter is that matter that allows kids to make the connections between what they think and what they can say. That's huge. And parents need to take that. I can't do that. As an educator, I can talk about it, but I can't tell parents, don't allow your 2-year-old to be using this device. But I think we need to educate parents about that. We need to be talking about it. And I really appreciate the fact that you raised it, because it's a really important issue. And I think we're doing a great job in our schools in terms of how we limit the use of the devices. And I think the evidence was when we went into those grade 7 classes, the level of maturity that those kids talked about the responsibility and how bullying takes place, and we need to put them aside. And the suggestions that they made, phenomenal. And they get it. So I'm really enthused.
So just really quickly, sorry, I see the hand. I apologize, but I just want to add into this point, because you mentioned the struggles, the social problems that students can have around bullying. If this comes back to your piece around social work and healthcare and FSLC workers. So it used to be that if you were having struggles at school, around bullying or with, you know, social issues, that you could escape those problems for some time when you went home and you were with your family and you were doing whatever, let's say your evening sports or the weekend, but now that doesn't happen anymore because the bullying and the conflict predominantly is happening through the phone and through the apps on the phone. So as a principal, I would come to school on a Monday morning and it would be like 8:15 or whatever, 10 after 8, and a fight would break out. And I'm like, how could there possibly be a conflict at this time on a Monday? Then you try to untangle it. And what's been happening is it's been happening on Snapchat or Instagram for 48 hours over the weekend. And they take one look at each other inside the school and the physical stuff is on, right? So that is a big part of it. And I'm going to say, as a principal, 2 of the biggest successes I had around behavior and social support was closing the school campus so that kids couldn't go to the McDonald's or the Tim Hortons. This was in an urban setting. It wasn't in a small town.
I can't go to McDonald's here.
And then the second one was saying there will be no cell phones in classrooms. You can have the cell phone in a backpack because your parents want to keep you safe and so on, but it's not allowed to be in the instructional space, because guess what? We have Chromebooks for all of you, and we have other devices that you can use in the classroom now. So
there's an equity piece in there, I think, like you've addressed. So I think Councillor Holland was waving. So I'm going to, Councillor Gerlich, I promised, then Councillor Holland, and then we're going to eat, because if you're as hungry as I am, we don't want to. Councillor Gerlich.
Yeah, I don't know
It's
how
you
many,
between us and lunch.
I don't know how many years it is I've been looking for an opportunity to use a paradigm shift. But I think we're right on the cusp of that right now, because in our community, in the little community where I'm from, at Rochester, I'm seeing younger families coming back now, younger people. Before it was a retirement place where people wanted to be out in the country somewhere. And you know, a lot of the dwellings and houses are a little more modest. But there are younger people that are coming back, and they're looking at the importance of well, first of all, it's something they can afford, and what we're attempting to do is try and make our community look as attractive as it can, and try and encourage and we right now are putting a brand new roof on our hall, and we'll have that up and running and be able to have some social activities that we've had for years, and I just see it coming. And the second point I wanted to make is we never need to look at money spent as an expense with these younger kids and stuff. It is an investment, and it needs to be made, and we have to keep that as a priority.
No. Councillor Holland, you've been very patient. Go ahead.
Worries. I apologize if my voice cracks here a little bit. I was just curious, a little bit backing up to the RAP program. We have a student who is in high school now, just starting high school. So of course, we're looking at all the different opportunities that are available to him. And we attended a seminar at that Athabasca Employment Services put on October 19th. And they brought in the representative from Apprenticeship and Industry Training and put together an amazing presentation, and it was very informative. And their support that they're willing to offer the schools and families and students with resumes and all of those things was so impressive. So I was just curious, have you partnered with those particular individuals to be able to get that message out to students?
You know what? I would have to double check about that specific agency. I don't want to say yes because I don't know. But if we haven't, we will. How about that? But I'll have to double check. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Oh no, I would appreciate
Oh,
that.
career next generations. Yes, we have. I'm being told. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was just amazing to hear that they were so willing to help the children with their resumes and all of those things that I just thought was very impressive. And thanks very much for all the information provided today as well.
I'm going to adjourn the meeting to lunch, but do you have any from our delegation, any final words you want to impart before we take it to a more casual discussion?
Thanks for the opportunity and for
I want to cut you off.
hosting us. No, thank you. We really appreciate it. We look forward to working together.
I think there's a lot of opportunity, and we're glad that you're able to come and spend, a significant amount of time with us. And there's a lot of work we can do together. So let's, the council will be 45 minutes today. Okay with that? So we'll come back at 1:30. And to our delegation lunches in the next. There we go. It is 18 minutes after 1, just checking which clock got changed. It's 18 minutes after 1, and I'd like to reconvene the county council meeting for the 14th of November 2023. We just finished the 2 delegations that were number 4.1 and 4.2 in your agenda. The next item of business following that is item number 7.9, and that's on page 143. There is a recommendation there. Is there anybody prepared to move the recommendation or an alternate motion? Councillor Chamsic. The recommended motion? Okay. Councillor Chamsic has moved that the council thank the Wandering River, Plumond and Wandering River Community Resource Society for attending as a delegation and direct administration to include their request in the grant policy review. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councillor Cromwell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I have two questions, and I would like to ask administration, and I realize we're going to need time to get the answers for that. Now that the PW CRF has stated that they are no longer a drop-in and now a quote daycare, do they still qualify under our grant program? Question number 1. And question number 2, because they made the comment that their floors are hazardous, does that put us into any liability being a county-owned plot of land and county-owned facility? If so, is there any action that is required by the county in order to move forward? Now, I don't say that out of enlightenment or to cause an issue for the club, which is very important to the people in my area and others, but they made some comments that really made me have to think about how that fits currently under policy, or if we need to even amend the policy for that change.
Council, you all agreed, okay with admin doing the research and following up with that information for us? Everybody's on side? You just take that as a request, CAO, and bring that back in an email or something. Okay, other comments? Councilor Mintz?
Just wondering, like, so they're using our building there, like, do they, like, is there any interaction between them and Athabasca County, or is there like what, how all of a sudden can somebody just walk in and start using one of our buildings? And
I think it sounds like it's a building that we own that they lease for zero, and
I know where I know exactly where the building is, and it's been there for a lifetime, but that I can remember. But it's like, for us not to know that the flooring's done, for us not to know that
so is it something you'd want to amend the motion to have the county facilities to include in the county facilities review?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we, Councillor Chamsic made the original motion, Councillor Mins amend to also include the building in a county facilities review or facilities condition review. CAO, is that?
Okay.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment or the main motion? I think, for me, I think it's important that they fell off that list, not, by design, but by accident. We've been supporting them for a number of years through the community hall assistance grant. And I think, in terms of the sustainability of small communities and how we use our resources to keep them viable and vibrant. And I hope that as we go through this, we can figure out a way that whether it makes sense to continue providing some support. The situation in Lac La Biche is obviously very different because they're using part of a pre-existing building and it's already being heated and already has utilities, and this is a standalone property in my memory. But Councillor Kapitanek.
I just have a question through the chair to the councillor for Division 6. Prior to us receiving this information today about it ideally becoming I don't want to use the word daycare, but it is now
What's an after school?
is there anything that registers them as, you know, a charity or as a legal entity amongst themselves that would be compromised by doing that? And if you don't know, that's okay. I'm kind of wondering.
Through the chair to Councillor Kapitanek, one of the questions I asked them was about accreditation, and they mentioned licensing. And I really don't know, now that they publicly said they are a daycare, not a drop-in. I don't know if their old model fits or not anymore. And I really don't want to bring anything up that could jeopardize a club in any of our communities. And I agree with the Reeve, we need to find a way to help those small communities. But there is definitely some homework that needs to be done right now on really where they fall and if they're falling under the right umbrella.
They're a society though, so like the comparable ones around in the town are societies as well. So it would be, does what you're doing meet the objects of your society, your stated purpose?
But I think that was the question, that they were a society as a drop-in. Now, is that society valid as a daycare?
No, yes, legally, they're still a society. That doesn't evaporate. Is what they're doing okay within the parameters of why the society was set up.
Right.
Right, the legal piece of it, they won't evaporate.
Follow up just to council and CEO. Is there any way we can find out how the town contributes to the daycare society within the town? Just for a comparison. Just for comparison.
Mr. Chairman, through the counselor, yeah, we probably could. In fact, we'd probably in part of this review of this, we'd probably open up a can of worms kind of research on seeing what everyone's doing and who is and who isn't. And some of you raised FCSS. You know, where I've been from, a lot of this is funded via FCSS, but I think the whole thing has to come back to you in a big picture.
And if there's to be support, I mean, it's looking at what are the right avenues, what are the right structures. I mean, you know, in Boyle, we provide, I think, some money to the fitness center. I don't know, I'm sure they were here and we did. You know, there's a youth center attached to that, I think. There's another youth center downtown here. Are they separate? They're not. Same building, different things. Anyway, Councillor Kapitanek, you had the floor.
That's my last point. So with that being said, if we can get that information, what I'm hearing from them is that they started charging the fee because they needed help to pay the bills. So if we can find the right funding model for them, might actually eliminate the need to charge a fee, which would keep them under the umbrella that they're in. It's all right. All I want to do, I want to go down that road.
Other Councilor Mintz.
Just real quick, excuse me, I agree with the CAO. Sometimes you hate to open up that Pandora's box, but to do this properly and to get the right funding or see if we need to fund it, or, you know, if it's after school care, I know people actually have to pay for after school care and stuff like that. So it is opening up the box, but and it could be a win-lose situation when you do it.
So there is an amendment. Is there any objection to the amendment to include building, the building in the county facilities condition review? So your amendment was to include this building in county facilities condition review. Given there's no amendments, we'll consider that adopted as part of the main motion. Any further and final discussion on the main motion? Seeing none. On the motion to thank the Ploughonnery and Wandering River Community Resource Society for attending as a delegation and direct administration to include the request in the grant review policy and to include the building in a county facilities condition review. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. That still feels weird.
And we do not need a motion to have admin do that research.
I think that's part of the, if we're all on the same mind, seems to me to be part of the policy review.
Thank you.
Next item is 7.10. That is the delegation with Aspen View Public Schools. There is a motion to, or sorry, there's recommended motion to thank Aspen View Schools for attending as a delegation. Is there anyone willing to move that? Councillor Mins has moved. Discussion. Councillor Gerlich, floor is yours.
I would like to see if there could be any consideration to perhaps our boosting our funding for FCSS for the school liaison position, if we could help with that, because like I say, there's a number of people that are on that now, and there just aren't enough openings for new students, and there's certainly a need, and they do especially need to have a little gender diversity there as well, because a lot of the boys, don't
Need a mentor who's
to be a
male
mentor.
sometimes.
Yeah, they need a male mentor.
So will you bring that up through our budget discussions as well? Because that's also kind of the place to.
I will.
And I'm wondering, thinking through that, so we should maybe, once we deal with the main motion, direct it through another motion to admin to just explore it as part of the budget consideration. So they've got direction and it comes back to us in that fashion. Okay, Kelly, then.
Well, and I think one of
Sorry,
the,
Councillor Champ.
that's fine. I think one of the hurdles is, of course, primarily is reaching that demographic of that male demographic and trying to find those people in our region to even be applicable for applying.
If we're talking about the second motion, I'm going to stop you and we'll
sure.
go back to the first one, which is the thanking them for showing up. Councillor Anderson. Okay. The only, I personally really enjoyed that they've had some thoughtful answers to the comments and questions. I think that council's questions were thoughtful and nice. I'm hoping when we thank delegations that we can make a habit as a council of maybe a letter going out or a card prepared by admin, and then I'll sign it after the meeting, then it goes, just so that that courtesy of they get something followed up in the mail, said at the meeting, thank you for being here. I'm still a little puzzled why they don't have their own division-wide policy on the cell phone thing, because it seems like it's an opportunity to make a positive step in making the whole place a happier place to be, but that's their jam to work out. So if there's no further questions on the motion no further comments on that main motion. If you're ready for the question on the motion to thank Aspen View Public Schools for attending as a delegation, all those in favor?
Aye.
The opposed, the motion is adopted 9-0. And then Councillor Gerlich wanted to make a motion to request that administration explore increased funding through FCSS for the mentorship program.
Yes.
Discussion on that. Councillor Chamzik, then I'll. You're good? Councillor Anderson.
Thanks. I know previously we've talked about different ways that those kind of budget increases would come through the committee and up through the budget process. Just then they have that ground level input from the FCSS staff to make sure that the resources we're allocating are being allocated in the correct way. And so I would advocate for that. The committee members to take that back to the board for FCSS rather than council directing administration to just put money there without it coming through that board level.
In the interests of time and expediency, would you like to make an amendment to add the words subject to approval by the FCSS board?
No.
Okay. Councillor Cromwell?
I did not hear what Councillor Anderson was saying.
Oh, sorry, was your microphone on? Do you want to repeat it or the summary?
An amendment would contradict the original motion, so that would be incorrect.
Sale.
Mr. Chairman, the motion was to direct administration. Administration intended to refer it to the FCSS board. So
there you go. It probably, yeah, to me also kind of would make more sense if the FCSS committee was coming to us and saying we'd like this, but given that it's the middle of November and we've got budget coming, I'm open to let's move this along because I think we agree with what's happening. Councillor.
Yeah, we did have actually fairly extensive discussion about it at our last FCSS meeting, and we did suggest to him that we were gonna bring the idea to council to see if it met with any positive. There were any positive tones, and it could be done in a more official basis. So we have a meeting coming up next Monday, so we'll deal with it there.
Yep.
Any further discussion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion to direct administration to explore increased funding through FCSS for the mentorship program. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion is adopted. The count is 8-1. All right, it would be in order to have a motion to enter into closed session.
Here.
Councillor Cromwell has moved. Do we enter into a closed session discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Let's take. I think she's just really not feeling well.